gonna go ahead and get started. Welcome, everybody. Thank you to the listening audience that's joined us tonight. I'm gonna read the meeting post and then we'll get started. Hearing some feedback in the room.
For me, yes, again, good.
How's this? No, still feedback.
Living with seven, no, go back to Zoom. If you stop right next to this, the microphone, I would above it. Just do it. You're done. All right.
Good, all right. Okay, welcome. Please be advised, there'll be a full committee meeting of the Medford Comprehensive High School Building Committee in person at Medford High School in the library at 489 Winthrop Street and via remote participation. The meeting can be viewed live on Medford Public Schools YouTube channel, through Medford Community Media on your local cable channel, which is Comcast 9, 8, or 22, and Verizon 43, 45, or 47. The meeting will be recorded. Participants can call or log in using the following Zoom meeting ID: 980-5694-5088. I'm going to go ahead and call the roll so we can get on with the excitement. Jenny Graham, here. Mayor Longo-Kern. Present. Dr. Galusi. Present. Marta Cabral. Here. Joan Bowen. Here. Ken Lord.
Here.
Libby Brown. Here. Marissa Desmond.
Here.
Maria Dorsey. Here. Brian Hilliard.
Here.
Emily Lazaro. Paul Malone.
Here.
Nicole Morrell. Here. Aaron Olapade.
Here.
Luke Preisner.
Here.
Bob Dickinson. Fiona Maxwell. Chad Fallon. Kim Talbot. Here. Will Pipicelli.
Here, Emily's online, by the way.
Hi, Emily. Lori Hodgson. Here. Don McLaughlin. Paul Rousseau.
Here.
Bill Santos.
Here.
And Lisa Miller. Here. So 15 present, 0 absent. Okay, we have a few orders of standing business to take care of before we start talking about options and choices and all that good stuff. So first, there is a need for us to approve minutes from the 225 meeting and the 317 meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Were these meetings, I'm sorry, the minutes sent out?
They're hyperlinked in the agenda, yeah.
So moved.
Okay, by Ken, seconded by Libby. I will call the roll. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo-Kern.
Yes.
Dr. Galusi.
Yes.
Marta Cabral.
Yes.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Marissa Desmond.
Yes.
Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hilliard.
Yes.
Emily Lazaro.
Yes.
Paul Malone.
Yes.
Nicole Morrell.
Yes.
Aaron Olapade.
Yes.
Luke Preisner.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. The minutes are approved. The next item for review is approving our February 2026 project invoices. One for left field for $20,000, one for SMA for $90,000, and then a final one for environmental and site, $173,969.08 for a total of $283,969.08. So I will turn it over to the project team before we ask for a motion.
Yeah, so as Jenny outlined, these are the invoices for the month of February 2026. The 20,000 is left fields monthly lump sum. The 90,000 from SMA is their monthly lump sum. And the environmental and site of 173,969.08 is a combination of all of the existing conditions work and surveys that's been going on, geo-environmental, geotechnical work, and surveying from the consultants at working through SMA. All of these invoices are eligible for reimbursement. Nothing really outside of the ordinary here. So if there are any questions on these, please let us know.
Any questions from the committee?
Just one, what's the remaining budget?
Next slide. I'm going through it. So, yep, overall total budget is $3 million for the feasibility study. We have so far committed just over 2,600,000. And only have spent 725,869 of that committed to date. So still, you know, a lot of work to be done through the feasibility study and schematic design. But that's where we currently stand on overall budget.
Or any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
By Ken, is there a second?
Sorry.
Aaron, I can call the roll. Denny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo Kern.
Yes.
Dr. Galucci.
Yes.
Marta Cabral.
Yes.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Marissa Desmond.
Yes.
Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hilliard.
Yes.
Emily Lazaro.
Yes.
Paul Malone.
Yes.
Nicole Morel.
Yes.
Aaron Olapati.
Yes.
And Luke Preisner.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, the motion passes. Okay, we're moving right along. Item 4 on the list, is, a question for this committee. So multiple, you know, we've done a lot of work trying to push out communications. However, if you aren't on mail lists, if you didn't know about the mail lists, if you aren't on social media, like you may not know where we are at with this project. And so the request, I think, from the mayor and others has been that we send out some sort of informational mailer to the community, which is like 26,000+ houses. And that mailer sort of invite everybody to be part of the process, much like we have been doing, but also to make them aware of what the timeline is for the decision. So obviously we'll be making some decisions tonight. They're very preliminary and there's lots of work to do before June 10th, when we'll make a final decision on a single option to go forward. But the idea is to try to make it so that anyone who wants to be involved in this project knows how, right? So that's the premise of the mailer. The quotes that I have gotten so far range from about $8,000 to about $15,000. And that's based on the preliminary data. So we can authorize that spending out of our earmarked feasibility study funds. If this body thinks that's a good idea. And so what a motion might look like, it would be like a 6x11 postcard, probably much like you saw in lots of political mailers. And would let people know how to get involved, perhaps be able to show some of the concept options, potentially depending on how many we leave here with tonight. And then it would be dropped to every household through something called EDDM, which I've learned more about in the last week than I wanted to know about mailing. But it is the most economical way to mail things out to a broad, unrestricted group of addresses. So there's obviously a lot of variability in the quotes that I've got. So I'm sure there's a lot of things that are not held equal in those quotes. Obviously, we would be looking for whoever can do it the most effectively in a timely fashion so that the information reaches doors as quickly as possible. There is budget to do this, if we so choose. And I will be happy to answer any questions. Yeah, Paul.
If it's over 10,000, do we bump into any procurement issues? I don't remember, I know that they changed the procurement limit at some point.
I don't know the answer to that question.
You need to get 3 quotes.
3 quotes under 50,
They're fit-
under 50,000, 3
I
quotes.
have 2,
Okay.
waiting for the 3rd. All right, so we're good. But I think our next meeting is not until April 27th. So the timing of the approval matters in terms of when this can be designed, concepted, and out the door. So, other question? Still I can
I
answer?
just have a question through the chair. whether it's on this mailer or we agree to do a second mailer, the calculator, to what it would cost a resident per household should either be in a QR code and lead to that place on the website, so that people can start calculating, you know, that's gonna be the big question sooner than later. How much is it gonna cost me per year for this project? So since tonight we're try to go down to 5 concepts, we kind of know what the total estimated project costs are. I think our OPM and designer could figure out the bottom line. I did a back of the envelope calculation. And I think we just need to make sure that that is linked somewhere on the website through this postcard.
I think it's far too early for us to be using numbers that are not informed by any information directly from the MSBA, and B, not reflective of any of the work that the city needs to do to determine like how this will be paid for. So I think that number would be fairly alarmist at this point, where what I'm trying to do is make sure that the people who want to know about this project and want to be involved in it can do that. Whether we decide to send something out down the line is a different question, and we may well want to do that as well, but I would not support sending a tax calculator out at this point in time. We don't know the total project cost. We don't know what the MSBA will cost share for. We don't know how the city can support this project without pushing it on taxpayers. Like, we don't know any of the things that would be important to be able to create an accurate calculator.
So what would be the message of the mailer? You said awareness, but we've been at it for 2 years. Everyone I talk to asks me about the high school. I'd say everyone in the city knows that we're thinking about a new high school. So like, maybe that's false, but that's my perception. And so, you know, the messaging, the literal words that go on the postcard are important. We don't want to mislead anybody. And we should have a purpose for the mailer. If it's only awareness, then that's going to lead to limited wording. If it's come on out and get involved, then that's different wording. It's going to have specific, you know, information for people to contact or otherwise get involved. Will we have a chance to discuss the words that go on mailer before it goes out?
We could. So 2 things. I agree with you. I believe that everybody knows about this project. I don't think that's an opinion that everybody in this room shares. Having said that, like, we can do a draft for review and approval, and that would require a separate meeting for us to be able to do that, because it has to happen in public session, or we would be making a choice to delay that until 4/27, which is our next scheduled meeting. So okay in either direction, but I think those are the options before us. Libby?
I think I agree with most people probably know about it, but the biggest thing might be just getting them to the website. So it's like this, you can find it wherever meeting is and all the documents are here. That might be the only thing that is maybe we aren't aware about. So as long as that's on there, I think I'm happy. So they can find the information they need.
And I just want to extend that, because I also agree that I think a lot of people know, but I don't know if everyone knows what is entailed in this project, because I don't know if everyone understands what a comprehensive high school means. How many CTE shops we currently have, or programs we currently have, how many CTE programs we're expanding to in this project, and then the other community facing pieces that are part of this project. So I think people are aware of what is happening, but I don't know if they understand the depth of what's involved in this project.
No.
I don't agree that everybody knows, and my only feeling for why that can't be true is that literally a butter to the library claimed to have no idea what construction began. Which to me says some people are working hard to not know it almost. I mean, that example still blows me away.
But that was the library.
Yeah, but you're literally against the library and you said you didn't know until it was being demolished. I mean, that was a wake up call to me that there are gonna be people who do not know until it's done. Like, they're gonna be like driving by and like, oh, I guess we got it nice. So I think we need to
Yeah, if I could.
get everybody.
Nicole?
Yeah, I agree. I think we could go back and forth all night on Anacleta as far as like how we, like what circles we run in and who we think knows about it. I do think what Dr. Galusi said is really important of just like the extent of the project, because I think a lot of people do know, yes, new high school, but I run in circles of people with 3 and 4 year olds. They don't really know unless they're at like meet. They don't really know what goes on at the high school but even if they're involved in like MFN too, they don't know what goes on. So I think really covering the comprehensive aspect, I think is really important, particularly at this point.
So I like what Dr. Galusi said. She outlined an objection, which is we want to spread the word about growth areas, the community facing aspects. That's an objective. And that's something we can discuss and either agree or disagree with. And then wording comes with that. I think we should discuss it before we commit dollars to it.
Bob?
I would also further think that the mailer needs to make it clear, like lots of people are Googling what's a high school cost. And they think they have an answer, but all the other high schools are just high schools, skipping the vocational conversation of this. We're not just a high school, we're a pile of city services that happen to be located in the building that aren't in any of these other high schools that people make comparisons. So I think this is a comprehensive high school. That means the vocational programming, the non-vocational programming, and then it's also a pile of other things that are not high school at all. And having that conversation one person at a time is very exhausting. I'm sure we've all had that conversation. And it'd be helpful to have it. Don't ask me how you communicate all that on a postcard. I think that's a lot, but I would hope that we could at least also communicate, this is not just a high school. So,
And I think that's actually a really important message. I would, my recommendation would be to receive MSBA's feedback on what's reimbursable and what's not. So that, you know, when we word the mailer, we have that knowledge. And we don't indicate that things which are not reimbursable, many of these community amenities, are in fact part of the MSBA reimbursement proposition to us, right? That's their value proposition. If you conform to our standards and follow our process, we'll share the cost with you. And there's aspects of our project that may not be reimbursable. And you and I probably already know what those are, but it's not real until the feedback arrives. So let's wait until the feedback arrives. We have the document, and then we proceed with the mailing.
Please join us as a public comment share so that the folks on Zoom can hear you. Come on up.
The exercise.
I am.
I would say a lot of people in the community know about something going on. Being sufficiently informed as to the scope, the extent. That I wouldn't say that people are conversant, knowledgeable about and so on, especially if they're going to actually making decisions around financial impacts. And this is something we've talked about. The committee has, and I just read some of it now, all the information is on the website, it can be looked at. The committee tends to want the community to come to you. I am an advocate of you going out to the community. Heard from some of your professionals, one of the most effective ways is to go out to different school districts at those locations physically and meet with groups of people. Answer their questions, have a two-way dialogue. That hasn't been going on. So I think, do people know about this project going on? Yes. Do they understand the implications of it? Not comprehensively. So I think it needs to be more outreach. That's fine.
And just following that.
Can I just ask you to come forward? The people on Zoom aren't gonna be able to hear you in the back, and it makes it really hard for them to know what's
Building on
going
that
on.
idea is that I think our library is a community center. I agree, it should go out to the schools, but the community library, you know, we should have some big posters as to possible developments, of course, talking with the librarians to find out, but they have so much space. I think they would give it and allow to know what's going on, what are the options, and when it should be thought of and completed, and all this, you know, a timeline.
Thank you. Aaron?
I attended one of the MSBA's roundtables in, late November of last year, and they talked a lot about the general recommendations or standards that most communities will follow in communication out to the community. One of the recommendations was a mailer. They said that this is generally for, folks in the public who may not have access to technology or may not use it commonly, who generally are more used to kind of word of mouth interaction. They found that this is one way to, I think, start to reinvigorate the interest. And I think many people in the community have mentioned that there is an understanding that it's happening, but maybe not more than the want components of it. And I think that, you know, we've been doing this for quite a while now as a committee. And so it's a little bit easier for us to understand what's going on because we've been doing it ourselves. And so I think that, you know, as we get closer and closer to these final decisions, community members are starting to want to learn more, but may not know exactly what touch points to hit upon or which members of the community to reach out to that they may know from other circles. And so for me, I'm supportive of the mailer. I appreciate Luke's perspective about what is the actual intention of it and how do we get that information across in the most succinct way in a short, maybe 6x9 mailer. But I'm not quite sure about, we have the time right now, given what we're trying to accomplish in this timeline that we've already set to discuss the specifics of the language that we're use and then do that. I think we can make the decision we want to do it and then discuss the language and work together to find that. But I'm not sure we want to do that first, then put it out. If that makes sense. I think it's better to make the decision to do it and then decide what it's gonna look like. Because again, MSBA recommends you do something like this, so it doesn't feel like we're outside the recommendations of the partner we're working with.
Mayor?
Thank you, Chair Graham. I do agree, we need a mailer, if not two, one coming down the line with price tags, but I think if it leads to the website, that's really important, and I don't think there's anything stopping our designers or our OPM from flying carbon copying it to everybody on the committee for feedback before it goes out without having to needing a meeting. So I think we can move for approval, but make sure that the committee sees it one way or another through people that won't break open meeting law violation.
There's a motion on the floor by the mayor. There are second.
Yes, you just, if you can, just come a little closer so we can.
Sorry, I'll stay back here. I'll speak louder.
Okay.
I'm old school and, I went to the old school. That was finished off in 1970. This one started in 1971, I believe. And, it seems like it's like 56 years old. I'm thinking, this brick and mortar building looks pretty damn good outside. And with all the leaks we've had since 1971. This is not even 1 year old, and the contractor never came back. Nor was notified to repair the leak. So I think old school, and you gotta change flat roofs like every 10, 15, 20 years. Whenever the old timer comes up to inspect for you instead of an architect. In my opinion. So. It looks pretty solid out there. And the old high school, I got that one, 68, Leavenworth. Anyways,
Did you have a comment about the mailer?
no, different subject?
Yes.
Well, I'm worried about spending hundreds of millions of dollars. So I don't, this is my first time here and probably my last. But I want to say the old high school is gonna be standing like the Coliseum in Rome. And when I went there, we were on split sessions after we started in 1965. And we were in two buildings that were open. And we had plywood and hallway. And the center building was burnt and the one in the rear, the location was burnt. It was a vicious fire. And I would think we would be like 6, 7 years on split sessions from 8 to 12 and 1 to 5. Why couldn't they have built those two wings that were burnt and then switched the other way and remodeled the other two wings that we were using? I don't know. There's over 8,000 homes in this city, over 100 years old. And these immigrants with $2 an hour paycheck, if they made $2 an hour, don't even 50. These old homes are still standing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second it.
I'm sorry, who?
Nicole.
Okay, sorry, Nicole. Okay, I will call the roll. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Lundo Carter.
Yes.
Dr. Galucci.
Yes.
Marta Cabral.
Yes.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Marissa Desmond.
Yes.
Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hilliard,
Yes.
Emily Lazaro,
Yes.
Paul Malone,
Yes.
Nicole Morel.
Yes.
Aaron Lapade.
Yes.
Luke Kreisner.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes. We will send you all a draft. Okay. On to the main event.
Member, Chair.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Rizzo.
I did get some feedback from people online that absolutely nobody who doesn't come and stand up here is being turned on.
Okay, so for everyone in the room, we're gonna need you to come join us temporarily here at the table so people can hear you. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to the project team. The thing that we are here to do tonight, as a reminder, is to make some choices that bring our field of consideration from 29 options down to 3 to 5. So the project team has prepared some information about all the various ways we've received community input so far. And we'll go through that, and then we'll also share the straw poll that we agreed to at our last meeting as a starting point. I also just want to reiterate that the reason we're making this down selection now is because it was the request of the MSBA so that they could focus their energy and effort on a deeper level of feedback on this important project on a smaller number of options rather than trying to sort of spread all 29. So we don't yet have feedback from the MSBA, but that is forthcoming, and they are awaiting this decision of our 3 to 5 so that they can provide that feedback. I'm going to turn it over to the project team, who's going to take us through some slide about all the community input we have received so far.
Thank you, Jenny. So I'm just going to give a quick reminder as to the different types of engagement that we've had, both because it's good to have a reminder of what we did, but also for folks that have maybe not been engaged throughout the process, just have an understanding holistically of what we've been able to run through. And so it's taken a variety of forms. There was a good level of effort associated with the community workshops and the staff workshops that happened about 2 or 3 weeks ago now. In terms of timing, but we tried to approach it in a variety of ways. We did solicit priorities in the form of both some pom-poms that were identified in terms of being located in a variety of jars, as well as write-in priorities as well. If the prescribed priorities that were listed out that we've heard come organically from the process were not listed amongst them. We've had some activities that focused on looking at adjacencies for the overall building design, the program, both within the building and then outside the building as well in terms of site program. And then we actually did some activities that involved opportunities to look at the overall scale and scope of the program for the project and how it would fit on the site in the form of 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional models that we had available at both the staff and community workshops. Additionally, we've handed out at all these activities that we've been doing some voice and vision cards, which allow everyone to provide us more direct input, not prescribed, but really provide us any type of feedback that's going to be on people's minds after they're engaging with the different workshop activities. And then we solicited feedback on the different alternatives that were out there, the 29 different alternatives in the form of heat maps, really of interest, using colored dots that have been distributed at various points throughout the process. So we have compiled all the data that we've gotten through all these various engagement methods. And we want to share that first with everyone today. And then, as Jenny mentioned, we're going to then shift over to results of the straw polls. So first, to just cover the input that we got from the voice and vision cards. These were the small postcard type cards that were handed out, and really we solicited feedback on. What we've done is gone through and used some character recognition and some AI to synthesize the feedback that we've gotten there. And we've created some high level takeaways from that. We will have available on the website all the individual data responses that we got in case people want to dig into those. But what we're trying to do is pull out trends and overlapping interests where we've seen them. So just very quickly, we've broken them out from the different groups that we solicited feedback from. This one that's up on screen now is feedback that we've gotten from staff. And again, we've broken this out into groupings here in terms of just overlapping drivers that we saw emerge. There's definitely a focus on work environment facilities that one would expect from staff. There's a focus on student support as well, and having that connected to CTE excellence. And also a focus on operations and logistics in terms of how the site operates, drop off, traffic activity on site. And so I think these were as expected. It certainly aligns with what we've heard anecdotally from staff throughout the process. One of the particular items on the work environment facilities is this notion of class ownership and the notion that teachers own their classrooms here today. They don't move around. And it's certainly been a challenge in terms of having people be acclimated to the MSBA process, where that's not an allowable model as we move forward. What we're trying to do is make sure that the building can be as efficient as possible. So it's something that's changing over. So this is not solving any of the issues as we have them displayed up here, but it's really identifying what we've heard and letting us focus on those particular topics as we move forward in terms of thinking about the design. Just big picture takeaways. I'm going to try to not delve into too much detail here. There's a lot of wonderful detail that we've heard from all these different groups, but we do want to make sure that we save time to get to deliberation on the different alternatives. So I'm going to try and give high-level overviews here. On the community side, again, sort of the grouping of the feedback that we got was really centered around public resources and the school as a community hub. This notion of the neighborhood impact and also the sustainability of the building overall, as well as academic excellence in the priorities. And so that's important that it's coming from the community as well. That's not just high school staff or students. That's really the outside vision and perception of what the school really represents. And so you can see also here some particular topics that reemerged, preservation of the pool, gym, and vocational shops as these public assets. Ensuring academic spaces and teacher needs are prioritized, in some cases over athletic or extra facilities. So in that case, there's some competing senses of what the community is giving us feedback on. And that'll continue as we go through the process. From the parents that submitted the voice and vision cards, again, the groupings here were around student well-being in athletics. The notion of the safety, commute and campus flow, again, this focus of site circulation, drop off and leaving the site as well as, again, this focus on specialized academic programs and spaces, which includes this highlight of CTE being connected to that. And again, this covers a range of topics from modernizing sports facilities, again, focused on the gym and pool, ensuring safe biking and walking routes, and these dedicated spaces, again, for early childhood, CTE, and the arts.
Can I make a comment before we start the next section?
Sure.
Luke?
I just want to make an observation that these are responses from maybe 120 individuals, but we're a city of 60,000, 45,000 or 40,000 are probably adults. We did talk about a mailer earlier, and we don't have to discuss it, but I just want to float an idea. These were the important thoughts and concerns from the self-selected respondents, right? But not the whole community. Would there be a way through the mailer to conduct a straw poll of what's important to the community? If we're going to spend money to reach out to 40,000 people, one piece of value that we could extract out of it is learning what the community wants and what the community thinks is important in a new high school. So just food for thought. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to maybe respond to that, I think it is completely viable to do something like that. We've already have created electronic versions of those voice and vision cards. So we can include a link to that as part of the mailer that goes out so that people can fill that out electronically and get it back to us. So I think the advantage there also is that we have also multiple language translations, so it can get out to a wider variety of people. And then we can take that data in and perform the same type of analysis that we've done on it with the smaller sample size with that larger group in terms of the feedback. We'll just have to think through the timing of it in terms of, again, going back to your earlier point of sort of what is the message, and then when can we get something back in a timely manner. But I think it's a good opportunity. Yeah. All right, so the pom-pom jars. So these again were a series of physical glass jars that we gave priority pom-poms to for every participant at the staff workshop and the community workshop. We had prescribed priorities that aligned with things that we've heard previously. So these are the topics as they run from top to bottom: site safety, security and traffic, educational plan and equity, interior exterior design, CTE spaces, sustainability, the athletic facilities, outdoor learning spaces, ease of maintenance and operations, the trailheads and the connection to the fells, community gathering facilities, construction timeline, and keeping construction costs low. So in terms of where respondents actually dropped their pom-poms into, this was the distribution that occurred across the entirety of the meeting. So here we had 416 votes cast. And we did have a couple of write-in priorities as well. And so you can see those off to the right-hand side. So this just gives you a general sense, again, of those who participated, sort of where the priority is aligned amongst this group. There's a lot more detail here in terms of some additional comments that were provided as part of the process. This is just a sampling from that full data set. But again, we'll make the full data set available if anyone wants to read through the entirety of it, just to make sure that there's transparency into sort of what we're taking in and sharing. And similar here, I'm not going to run through all of these, but there is good feedback here that's definitely going to be taken into the process as we're proceeding to the next stages of design. In terms of the building opportunities, we did ask as well some questions on those voice and vision cards about what people learned in terms of the process of looking at the models that we had, the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional models. Looking about really a variety of sort of higher level topics, right? And this is where we saw the majority of feedback come back in these groupings. So there's been a little bit of AI use here to help synthesize the data and sort of create some core takeaways. Again, I'm not going to read through all of these at this particular point, but the higher level topics, right? New construction versus renovation, looking at multifunctional parking solutions, site access and traffic mitigation, the integration of special programs such as the Curtis Tufts Therapeutic Program, the modernized STEM and maker spaces, utilizing the topography that exists on site, capacity for future growth, HVAC and overall air quality, visual communication engagement, as well as flexible and interdisciplinary layouts. The really great thing here is that these topics have a lot of alignment with things that came out of the educational visioning processes as well as the educational programming processes. So it's not like there's two completely disconnected trains of thought that we're seeing in terms of what we have been having conversations about with the educational leadership, as well as sort of school occupants and visioning team, as well as the larger community that we're talking with, as well as the high school staff, the full staff body. And then just one particular takeaway that I think was really what we were hoping for in terms of just trying to conduct these activities with the models to let people understand the complexity of really the project overall. That there's a lot of moving parts to it. There's a lot of nuance to it. And whether it's a new construction or it's an additional renovation option, there's a whole host of issues that need to be sorted out.
And those are specific, those aren't like,
They're not AI synthesized.
they're not
quotes.
synthesized
No.
quotes, they're specific individuals.
Exactly, yeah. All right, and so the last piece of feedback that we just want to share before we jump to the straw poll is really the collection of feedback that we've gotten on the different alternatives at the different points that we've had these heat map interest boards for the different alternatives available to the building committee, to the community. And so if you recall these dot boards, we did the first iteration of this activity back at the end of the January 14th building committee meeting, when we had both the building committee members given colored dots, as well as community members that were here in attendance. They were allowed to sort of put those colored dots on options that they had interest in. And so we did that activity again with the full high school staff on the March 3rd staff workshop that we held. And then we did it one more time, with the entire community at the community workshop on March 5th that we held. So what we've done is actually combined all that data together. We've actually then layered on as well. We had an abutters meeting on the 18th of March, where we allowed them to overlay their interest level, on top of the larger community meeting, preferences as well. So we've taken that sort of numerical, pulse of where things were just by counting up, the actual dots on the individual alternatives as they were listed out. But because it's a little tough to go through there and read it and understand it, we also created a graphic exhibit that helps to reflect where the higher quantity of votes lie. So the way that this graphic works is that the larger images are the ones that received more votes. And for those of you in the room, I know that this is blocking that number in the top right-hand corner. So as a for instance, the D 2.1 option had a total of 43 votes that it got amongst those grouping of feedback opportunities that we had. The next highest was the C 3.4, which received 28 votes. And we really go in that level or that order, descending order, as we get into the smaller quantities of options that had votes to them.
Can I ask about the voting pool?
Luke?
Does this include our votes too?
No.
Oh, okay.
This,
I know what I voted for.
so,
I don't see it here.
so there's a straw poll that was
Maybe one of
conducted.
the tiny ones though, right? Like, it could
It's marked
be-
as a zero.
What?
It's marked as a zero now, but I know I voted for it.
Oh, well, your votes are not in here.
I know, but
Okay.
I asked, what was the voting pool? What was the population that voted?
Right,
I
so,
wanted to clarify that it wasn't this committee.
No, that's
It
what
was the
this is.
community.
That's what this,
I'm just gonna back up to clarify in terms, because there's two different graphics I'm gonna show you. In a second, I'm gonna show you the results of the straw poll, which I think is what you're asking about, Luke.
Not exactly, because option A wasn't part of the straw poll.
Correct, because option A is gonna move forward regardless, so. I just want to point out that when we're showing this collection of data, there was an initial vote by the building committee, or not a vote, but a level of interest shown at the end of the January 14th meeting. So everyone that put dots on at the end of the 14th meeting, your choices are reflected in this graphic. This graphic, however, did not reflect the straw poll. So the straw poll was conducted. And I think up until about 5 p.m. this evening, we were taking in those responses. We were able to collect them. Those are the numbers that you see here. And then what's actually shown up on screen now, this is a similar chart, but this is just reflective of the straw poll preferences. From the building committee, it included both the voting members and the non-voting members in this pool is who the straw poll was open to. So we have this diagram to refer to, and we have this diagram to refer to. This is a little bit larger in terms of the sample size of what it was collecting, but both are sort of equally valid in terms of the.
Matt, before we move on, can you talk a little bit about the pool in these various scenarios? So I think there's just been there's some confusion because some of the designs people see, they can't like easily see the pool. So can you tell us, are there any designs where you have costed the design without a pool?
Where we have costed the design without a pool, no.
Okay.
No.
And if we don't see a pool with our visual eye on a graphic, does that mean the pricing is for a freestanding pool and it could essentially go anywhere?
Yes, that is the case. And
Okay.
so just to really simplify it for folks, all of the A, B, and C options include costs for a renovated pool. building.
In place.
We're exactly the same pool as it is. We're fixing it to meet code, to make sure that it's both energy code compliant, accessibility compliant. And that's what's represented in the cost as well as the visuals. For the new construction options, the D options, they all represent a new freestanding pool building. The only thing that I think is a little bit confusing about a couple of the D options is it's not shown as a separate building. It still would be new construction. It could still be attached, but it would just have to be separated physically from the rest of the interior circulation of the building and the mechanical and electrical systems, that type of thing.
And that's because the MSBA requires that separation, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And what would, can you also explain how, the project, a separate pool project would be like managed and paid for?
Yeah, and do you want to talk to the?
Sure, yeah. So through the MSBA, in a renovation option, they will allow you to renovate the pool. They will not reimburse for any of that work, but they will allow you to incorporate it into the project if it's a renovation. If it is a new school building or a new pool facility, it needs to be broken out of the project completely. It needs to be procured. It needs to be its own separate project, essentially. It needs to be funded completely different from the MSBA school building. So we have included that in the cost analysis so far to date, so that we understand what that cost looks like. But as we move forward, and if we have any of those D options that has a new pool, we'll have to break that out, kind of show it down at the bottom, broken out from the high school project, but still have that cost so everybody understands what a potential new facility would cost. But come vote time, it would have to be under its own project, kind of handled separately from high school. So the MSBA simply will not let you build a school project if a new pool is in it.
So two separate votes.
Correct.
Will, did you have your hand in the air?
I did, yeah. So just kind of going back visually. So what you're saying, Matt, right? So like D 1.1, for example, the pool's in that kind of H-shaped design.
That's correct.
And then in like D 2.1, the pool's kind of that freestanding square where you're.
Right, and so that's what I was referring to, Will, is like the confusion. So in both of those cases, it is a separate pool structure. And it would just not, if it was in the D 1.1 option that's on site, it might be at the end of one of these legs, say, interior connection to the rest of the building. It could be either scenario, but it does need to be a separate pool structure.
Thank you.
Paul?
And in my, remembering one of our previous spreadsheets, that in all scenarios, a new pool in a separate building is cheaper than the renovation. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, I
and
just
yeah,
wanted-
yeah,
For people that are
Correct.
mostly concerned about the cost, which everybody should be concerned about the cost.
Yep.
The more expensive option is to keep the pool. If you want a pool, if we build your pool, it will cost less to build a new one, and we're free to kind of build it any which way we want, and any kind of considerations about a public pool. Versus if it's part of a high school where it's gonna be high school security and all the other stuff involved. So I think it's important to note that if money is your biggest concern, you do not want to keep the pool. You want a new pool. Cause it's millions of dollars cheaper. I think that can't be overstated. Also, if we renovate the pool, you'll have no pool for 12 to 18 months. I mean, there's not gonna be if we build a new pool, we could probably build it before we even close the old pool. So depending on the options. So if the community select the preference, a new pool, not only gonna get you that, it's gonna be cheaper.
Nicole?
Yeah, so when you say, two votes, that's two votes by this committee is what you're referring to, two separate votes, or are you talking about?
There would be two funding votes.
Two funding, votes. Okay, so two separate votes on.
Or somebody with a few $1 million to pay for.
But yeah,
pool.
but yeah.
Either way.
And then
Yes, separate
forgetting
funding.
the anonymous benefactor, so it would be two separate, they would have to be separated, two separate debt exclusions.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, sorry, Luke?
So Paul, just point of clarification, regarding the pool costs. I don't believe that I've seen an artifact that was generated which compared the cost of renovation versus new. I'm not saying one wasn't created, I just haven't seen it. What I have seen are initial space, summary, estimates. And they don't distinguish between renovation or new build. They just assign a square footage of the pool. And I haven't seen any, cost rate, that, I'll say discriminates between whether it's renovated or new. And so in the absence of that, I assumed cost would be the same. What artifact do we have that we can point to which supports the claim that a new pool is cheaper than a renovated pool?
Yeah. on our
Paul?
it's on our website and
EV cost.
thank you, Pete Ross.
It is, okay.
A brand new pool is 12,710,000. Renovated pool is 14,760,000. So a little over 2 million.
Okay, so it's that.
Add with
Libby?
Matt also created a document that it's helpful for me, it was the PDP alternates that he sent out last week. And it kind of goes over these options, which is helpful to read.
Yes, that's, I think we'll all just.
Well, it's actually even more detailed.
Oh, okay.
I want to take public comment before we get into straw polling and reducing and all of those good things. But before we do that, I just want to make sure the committee doesn't have any other sort of burning questions about what we've heard so far. Okay, for those of you on Zoom, if you would like to speak during public participation, you can just use the raise hand feature. And we'll alternate between the folks in the room and the folks on Zoom, and hopefully that'll keep us moving. Everyone, please state your name and address for the record, and please keep your comments brief so we don't have to get out of the timer.
Hi.
Hi.
Chet Myers, 197 Placehead Road. So I understand Paul's comment about how if it's separate, that it may be cheaper, although my experience in construction is that renovation can be cheaper. Like, I don't know if that's, I don't know if we necessarily have to take that for granted, that it would be cheaper versus a new structure. But that said, I think if you care about the pool, there's a very real chance politically, if you have two separate votes, that people who are really concerned about the overall cost of the project will not vote for the pool if it's not incorporated with the overall project. And I think that is a more important issue, particularly if you care about the pools.
Thank you, Jeff. Roberta.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to reiterate. Can you hear
Name
me?
and address for the record?
Oh, Roberta Cameron, 12 North Street. And I'd like to just piggyback on a couple of things that have been mentioned already. The importance of the school as a community, all of the community functions that are bundled in this one building. And I think that the pool and the gym are two of those really important community functions, as well as just in general, the amount of space that is in the building as it is today. And I'm keenly aware of how not only how much it costs to build municipal space and school space for any purpose, but also how difficult it is to get the funding for that. There really aren't many funding sources that will help to pay for the community space that we need for any purpose. So I think it's really important to prioritize a solution that saves the parts of the building that we can, assuming that we're never going to be able to politically fund a second round of to obtain a second round or separate round of funding to rebuild some of the space like the pool, and that we need to maximize the amount of space that we get in the school building when the project is completed, because that's going to give us the most flexibility to meet our community needs going forward. Just literally having indoor space is going to help us to meet community needs. So that's basically the comments that I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberta. Hi. I'm an address for the record. We wanted it to be welcoming, but it's, yeah.
I'm Sunny Dillard. I live at 39 Charlotte Road. I've listened to a lot of these meetings and I just want to say thank you for all this hard work. This is not easy. I do these projects. I work with MSBA. I know how difficult this is, but I also feel like there's not a clear awareness of what MSBA funds and how much this is going to cost the taxpayers. I want this project so badly. I have a 2-year-old. I have friends who have small children. I think this is an incredible community resource, and it's clear that the community wants this as a hub. But I think we can do it with a smaller price tag. I think I'm very familiar with the space summary, and I would encourage everyone on this committee to take a look at that space summary, because the only way we're gonna reduce the cost is to reduce square footage. And I think it would behoove this committee to take a look at, what MSBA recommends and how much we're over. There's a whole document that SMMA prepared about the variances that are incredibly important to look at. The MSBA looks at that. I think there are a few items in here that I'm frankly sort of frustrated, or even in the space summary. Just as a designer and as someone who knows how this project works, I voted for all of these people that wanted this project to go forward because it's so important for our community, but it's more important for this project to go forward than for it to not. We asked for a better school. We didn't ask for more school. I think that's really important. And I'm happy to talk with people after about the space summary and where I think we can save stuff. I think there are things that can have more dual purposes. I think we need to understand the utilization rate of the existing school spaces to understand why we need more. There are so many things in the space summary that are not in the existing school, and we probably need some of them. Do we need all of them? I don't know. I trust you guys to figure that out. I don't have familiarity with that, but I know a lot of people that have been really appalled by the cost and have talked about a code upgrade. And that's frankly not going to serve our community. We know that. We know that we need this project. We need it to be more than a code upgrade. And that's cool.
Thanks, Sunny. And just so you know, our meeting at the end of April will be talking about some of those potential scope changes. So we will be diving deep into all of those things.
I do really hope that this committee can do some work before then, though, to really think about what elements on that space summary need to be looked at, because the architects, the estimators are gonna need time to figure that out. That deadline is approaching quickly.
Thank you.
So
To the chair.
on that point, when is the time to talk about the variances and reducing space? And I'm asking that to our designers and architects. It sounds like that's what our last speaker was that works with the MSBA. Sounds like we should be doing it now. And I brought that up at the last meeting and I was told now is not the time. But maybe just a further explanation of why not and when is the time?
If I could just jump in a little bit, as behind the scenes, the Medford Public Schools folks are working very closely with SMMA and the left field team to dig into that space summary, just to Sunny's point. We are looking at all those little spaces and trying to find the efficiencies and trying to make sure that this building is right sized for the needs of the Medford community and school. And I think that is, we are having some really deep dives into the space summary, into the educational plan, looking back to the educational programming on exactly what spaces were talked about and needed early on. And I think this is part of this entire process. And I know it's hard to see when you see these options and kind of think this is a fully flushed out building. But the first steps are, if you were building a house, I was talking internally about this process and bring it back to just building a house. If you have a family of 5 who want different things, they start with all of those things on the table. And then from there, you come back and say, we don't really need a basketball court in our home. We have one in the school up the street. We can take that off the table because we can't afford it right now, or because it doesn't meet our needs as a family, or we can get that from another space nearby. And then you start to wean down that list, and then you can get to that point where you have what's right for you and your family, and you move that forward. So that is the process we're working on behind the scenes, is whittling down what is, identifying what is right for the building, the community, through the space summary. And we will be bringing that back to this committee on April 27th to discuss those recommendations.
Thank you.
Bill, did you have a question?
I just want to say that I think that it's great that we're having those meetings, but my frustration is the fact that I think that these meetings are happening, and then I don't know about anybody else in the committee, but I don't get copies of any meeting minutes of all the meetings that happen throughout the month. I don't know what conversations are being had. So like, if you're talking about building a house, right? Well, the people that are making the decision should probably get information on what you're discussing, and maybe we have a good idea, maybe we can chime in on something. I don't expect to be at every meeting, right? Because this is not my full-time job, it is yours. So I'm glad that we have somebody on the team to do this stuff, but I think sharing of that information would be highly useful and give me more of confidence that this stuff is being done. And then I can be an advocate and I can explain to other people that this information is available and is being shared and we're doing right. Like, because I come to these meetings, I'm on the committee and I hear information through emails a little bit, and then at these meetings, and then luckily I'm not a voting member, so I don't have the pressure of voting like everybody else, but I would feel a sense of dread coming to these meetings and having to vote on things that I'm hearing for the first time, so. That's all.
I see online we have Erica DeRoche. Erica?
Hi, yes, I was just able to unmute myself. Thank you very much for taking my comment. My name is Erica DeRoche. I live at 260 Willis Ave. And this is the first time I'm engaging with the process. And so with that background, I am not very familiar, as the previous commenter, with the space, with the program and the space allocations as they're being proposed. But I have reviewed what I was able to find online of the 29 options. And my comment is basically that I would like the committee to please consider the long-term needs of the community, and when they think about the community, that they include the regional community, in particular as it relates to the pool use for the high school. It's an incredibly important resource for the community, not just Medford, but for the surrounding community. It's a life safety issue for the whole region, actually. Since pandemic, there's been a severe reduction in pool access, and it directly translates into less safe, less water safety in the community and more drownings. Not to be alarmist, but it is a severe problem and there's a severe shortage in the area. So I just wanted to make that point. And I also, now that there's going to be a mailer and there'll be more outreach, I think that's a wonderful thing. And I appreciate that outreach. And I would like there to be really clear opportunity for community members to participate and give feedback in addition to the 100 or whatever who already have. But I find the options were not, from what the PDF that I found online, it was like a 2,000-page PDF. It was not very clear to me what all the advantages and disadvantages were of all of the different options. And I was wondering if there's any discussion in the C or D options related to embodied carbon. It seemed like that had only been considered in relation to the B options. And I just looking for a lot more clarity from the designers in regards to what those options are, and a lot more community engagement. Thank you so much for taking my comment.
Thanks, Erica. And I think all of those are wonderful points. And with 3 to 5 options, I think we'll have a lot more opportunity to dive deep. So stay tuned for that. We'll go to somebody in the room.
Yes, I'm Kathy Burns. I live at 166 Jerome Street. I have other colleagues here who are pool people, so I just
Thank
want
you,
to
pool
say
people,
that
for being here.
I appreciate
Yeah.
your highlighting the pool, understand some of the intricacies, and I do think the idea of comprehensive is probably not well understood by the larger community. So I think having a postcard and piggybacking on existing activities to do outreach will help with the notion of explaining how much the high school has going on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
I wanted to, just make a comment before we moved on.
Luke?
So to Jen's point about, building a house, when I build a house or buy a house, I start with a budget. And to Suni's point about, space driving costs, we've talked about that many times. We all understand that the size is the proxy for the cost. And the size is a reflection of the edit. So that sequence of three, is something that might require feedback. Now, I don't want to articulate what that feedback looks like yet, but I do want to say budgets are important. And I know the city has been working on a capital plan. This is a city of 60,000 people. Some people send their kids to school. Other people, they don't have that need. That service isn't relevant for them. But they do need a fire headquarters. They do need road improvements. They need lots of things that are embodied in a capital plan. So at some point, and it doesn't have to be today, but maybe this summer, before we start getting down to brass tacks, we should have left field. Take a look at the capital plan, the city's capital plan. Figure out what all those things that are non-school are going to cost people, and then figure out how much the school is going to cost, and add that up, and then we have conversations about what the tax burden on our community for all the services that we need could look like. Because the most vulnerable people in our community when it comes to taxes are people on fixed incomes, and we can't ignore that. So I just want to make the point, we can all think about it and maybe return to it in the future, hopefully in the near future. The city's capital plan is an important contributor to other decisions that affect this high school, and we should look at everything holistically. We shouldn't just treat this school as the only project the city needs, because that's not true. Just want to make that observation and point.
Thank you. Medford Music Studio. I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hi there. Can everybody hear me?
Hi, we can.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't figure out how to change the name on my thing. So this is Laura Brereton. I'm at 25 Wyman Street. And first, I wanted to just thank everybody. I know this is an enormous amount of work, and we really appreciate everybody's efforts to work on this project. And admittedly, I'm getting a bit caught up with all of the details. I am predominantly here tonight because I want to learn more and be a little bit more aware of what's happening. But I'm also one of those pool people. And I use the pool for my own fitness, and both of my children are on the swim team. And I think it's a really important aspect of the school. And to echo what some of the other previous community members have said, it is an asset both safety-wise, recreationally. And I also think it's important to note that we make money from the pool because other communities that don't have a pool rent ours. And so it's an opportunity to, in the long run, continue to bring in some money that, I presumably would be useful and can be, help the overall larger picture of this. I wanted to get a little clarifying question, and I do apologize if this has already been discussed and I missed it. As I said, I'm getting caught up a little bit. It sounds like there are options of the existing pool to be renovated or a brand new pool to be built. If the brand new pool is built, the two questions I have is, does the money that we currently have for this project include that separate pool building? And the second question is will the separate pool building be also built on the grounds of the existing high school, or will it be built somewhere else in the community? And again, I apologize if this has already been talked about. I'm just trying to get caught up. Thank you so much.
No problem. So Laura, a couple of answers to your questions. Whether we renovate the pool or we build a new pool, the MSBA does not cost share. So those numbers will go before voters, presumably via a debt exclusion.
Okay.
In terms of a new pool being built, I guess that's a great question. Whether it would be built here on premises or somewhere else. We haven't gone down that rabbit hole just yet because we're just frankly not quite there.
Yep.
I did also just want to like correct the assumption that the pool is revenue generating.
Okay.
The pool operates at a substantial loss to Medford Public Schools. And that's something that I think the community just hasn't heard enough about and deserves a lot more information about. I think the pool is a wonderful community resource. I'm all for investing in community resources that benefit the community. My concern with my school committee hat on is right now that takes away resources from the kids in our district to have their own things that are sort of generally expected to come out of the operating budget. So there's a lot more information that needs to, I think, come forward and be more clear to people so that we understand what investments we're making and how and why. I'm a huge fan of the pool. I don't even use the pool. I think it's really important that we have one. I'm personally open to like all the different ways that we could do that. And I think we'll see a lot more about those variations as we go forward. But for right now, all of these options and the very high level pricing assume a pool. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, thank you so much. And my apologies, I should have obviously done my homework about the pool. I had assumed that because we rented to lots of other communities that was some sort of revenue for us, but clearly that is not the case. And I wonder if, when we get this new pool, if that model can be different and it can be somehow generating money for us. I'm just throwing that out there as an idea, but it sounds like that might be something that could change with this new plan.
Yeah, and I think elevating that need to solve that problem, no matter what the scenario, I think is really one of the things that's going to come out of this process very clearly. So thank you for that.
Terrific. Thank you all again. Appreciate all your efforts.
Thanks, Laura. Norman Kaplan.
Hi, I've just unmuted. I just want to make sure I can be heard.
We can hear you.
All right, great. I too am a beneficiary of the pool, and I want to add my strong support for including a pool in any of the plans. And I hope the final decision will come down to only a binary choice between a new pool or a renovated pool. And eliminating the pool is taken off the table as an option. It would be a terrible mistake, and eventually there'd be regrets. Other people who benefit from the pool have spoken, and so I don't need to spend a lot of time, but I would like to just conclude by saying that in my own opinion, there are three major important contributors to quality of life here in Medford. I've been a resident for 11 years. And over that time, I would say at the very top of that list are the library, the pool, and the recent enactment of the leaf blower ordinance, which will finally eliminate the toxic emissions of gas-powered leaf blowers. So with that said, I'll keep an eye on what's going on, and if I see the needles start to tilt towards eliminating the pool, I will be heard again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norman.
Norman, can you just state your address for the record, please?
Sure, Headland Way,
Thank you.
23, Headland Way.
Thanks, Norman. In the room. Hi, name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Lisa Deneau and I live at 19 Paul Road, Medford, Mass. And I just wanted to make a quick comment about the pool, because I went to the Tufts University presentation recently on the pool that they were building. And I worked at Tufts University for 20 years, about 30 years ago. And Nancy Bigelow was the swim coach and Don Negerly were the swim coaches. And they talked about the pool, the new pool they wanted. 30 years ago, they talked about this new pool that they wanted. But they had to wait until they got the funding because they needed approximately 50% of the funding in order even to dream about building the pool. So 30 years ago is when they started talking about it, the two swim coaches who recently, retired. They still work in development, I think, but nonetheless, it was a 30-year-ago dream for them. I mean, I know that the pool at the high school probably doesn't, suit everybody's needs, but nor did Tufts University's pool fulfill all the dreams, and they have some really incredible swimmers coming out of that university. I mean, I don't know how many Olympians we have coming out of our pool, but I mean, nonetheless, it took a long, long time. And right now, I think they're at like 21 million. So they have to get to 27 million in order to have 50% of the money for the pool in order for them to begin this fall. So that's how much planning it took for them. I know that these projects seem like they can happen like overnight, but Tufts University took a long time to make the dream happen. You have a pool. You also have a new pool coming at Tufts University. I don't know what the membership fee is for the Medford residents. I think it's $30 or something like that. I don't know if it's that cheap, but I'm just saying that it's not something you can just say you're gonna do and not think it's gonna take like 20 years to come up with half the money. I mean, you might be able to get some of the money from, other funding, but to get like our money, to put our money into the project, we would need a lot of time to donate money and keep donating until you have the money that you need to fulfill the dream. That's all. I just wanted to tell you that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dave Ling.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Name and address
So
for the record, please.
yeah, I was getting there.
Okay.
Dave, 11 Bell Ave, first time caller, and I'm also going to jump into the pool party a little bit as well. As someone with 4 young kids, 2 at the Roberts, 2 more on the way to the Roberts in the next couple of years, my family and I care quite a bit about what's happening with the high school, as it directly impacts, I think, our future plans to continue to live in Medford, which we'd obviously prefer to do. But I think a lot of young families like myself are having the same conversations, maybe not publicly, but certainly privately, in terms of trying to understand where this is all going to net out to. So from that aspect or standpoint, I think people tend to, the law of large numbers to a certain extent when you're talking about is the pool, in the building, out of the building, whatever the case might be, being a differential of a couple $1 million is a fraction of a percent, right? When you're talking about these huge budgets, but every fraction obviously adds up and matters. But I think, and this is just feedback, what would be really helpful for folks that aren't as close to it as all the committee members, which I like, I think everyone else, say a big thank you for all the time you're volunteering to do all of this. It'd be really helpful to understand what the different funding breakpoints are, right? Because essentially at a certain budgetary level, you're going to talk about whatever property tax increases are going to happen, or just different funding avenues that you're going to have to take in order to be able to create a functional path forward for building or rehabbing the high school. And I'm not familiar with what those different breakpoints really are in terms of funding. And then obviously as it relates to other services that exist inside of a high school, like a swimming pool. I will say that I strongly believe that it is in the best interest of the entire community for us to have a pool located at the high school that is a community resource. Obviously, we have the North Shore Swim Club right there right now. If the pool was to be used in a new building, I think someone should definitely take a look at the economics of that in terms of maybe it doesn't become revenue producing, but what does that actually look like in terms of offset against running expenses and everything else. However, based on what some of the other commentary was earlier, I think it would be very helpful if we could be able to also understand exactly what those funding options look like in the different scenarios, because based on what everyone has said, it's confusing to understand if building the pool as part of a renovation or building a net new building. Obviously, again, they're similar in price, but is the funding path to each similar or not? Meaning if it's bundled in with a school renovation, is it a foregone conclusion that the pool also has to be up to code, so to speak, in terms of the renovation, and that's the easier path forward or not? And I think a lot of us would probably want to understand that a little bit better. So thank you for taking my question or comment.
Thank you, Dave. You're in the room. Name and address for the record.
Paul Monteranto, 25 Barber Lane. I want to thank you all for the work that you've put into this to date. I know this is not easy by any means, so as a resident, I appreciate the time and effort that everyone puts in. I know there's not one plan that's going to be a silver bullet that's going to address everyone's needs or desires. But as I look at these plans, I would encourage this group to think about, this is a civic building that the community should be proud about and proud about building. And thinking about, I think about from a site location, how do you celebrate that? What's that look like from the street? And I think about the hundreds and thousands of students that are going to be going to this school. Maybe walking to this school. And I can tell you, having a daughter going to school today, it's hard to get her to walk to school today. So any consideration for new buildings that are pushed far back to the site, it's going to be just more of a challenge for the kids to get their butt off those buses on Winthrop Ave to get into the school. And so, again, I guess by clustering some of the buildings, it affords opportunities to limit site construction, reduce costs, and extend utilities and other upgrades in order to facilitate this construction. I understand it's also an opportunity to tap into that ledge and do blasting. I get that. As a resident, I will say I do live near this site. I'm not interested in 8 years of blasting ahead of us. I would implore the group to consider, this is a walking school. And so the closer you can bring it to the street where the kids are actually going to walk, it's going to help with pickup, drop off. The farther you put it back, more students going to be getting dropped off. And you have limited access. You have one access in, one access out, and you're going to try to widen that access, maybe work with the synagogue or other means, but the farther you push it back, as a parent, those kids are going to say, hey, Dad, can you drive me? I'm going to be dad, they're going to drive them every day. So it's going to amplify the traffic concerns or implications that you may not be realizing in a traffic report. But with that, maybe you're looking to vote those in at least 2 cents with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Faye.
Yeah, hi. My name's Faye Colin, live at 9 Billings Avenue. And I'm very new to a lot of this information. I don't have any children, but I do feel very committed to the schools. I tried my best to fill out the survey, but it was confusing. The main thing I wanted to get across when I filled it out was the importance of the pool. I'm another pool person, and it has meant so much to me to be able to swim at the Medford High Pool. Just in terms of close proximity, I'm a senior, so just having to kind of go up the street and swim is just like so wonderful. I think the great thing about the pool is it also allows people in the community to take part in pool activities. And I go swimming and I see other seniors there, and it's just so wonderful to have this pool that senior citizens can be part of. And I think it's so important to continue it. And I myself feel pretty flexible. As long as we have some sort of pool that we can go to, I would be happy. So I'm really here to put in a strong vote for a pool.
Thank you, Faye. Alicia?
Good evening. Excuse me. Thank you. Alicia Hunt, 41 Wasson Street. I'm a parent of a current student and 2 who have already graduated. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments as a member of the community this evening. I note that a number of people are really, really fixated on the price. And I think it's important, and it might need to come from our OPM to remind us, but the price right now is primarily based on square footage and not on all the other details. And therefore, choosing right now by price is a weird choice to be making in this point. That's the decision we make as we look at what the spaces are critically and look at that further down the line. Right now, I think it's really important that as we look at this matrix. I really appreciated seeing the criteria matrix online. That we think about some of the things like long-term flexibility. This is a building for the next 50 to 80 years for educating our children. And I think that's really, really important to remember because education changes over 10, 20, 30, 50 years. So having spaces built that can be used and flexed differently is super important. It's actually fascinating to me how vocational education is really back heavily and core. And that is something that has done like a 50-year turnaround. That has changed so dramatically. That's going to come and go. My sons have benefited amazingly from our vocational program, and I hope it remains strong. But just thinking about what is the flexibility, and it may not be robotics and engineering that is the most important thing in 20 years. It might be something else that we haven't even thought of in our vocational spaces. So having spaces that we can flex over time is important. I also wanted to agree with Paul, who was in the room, about location on the site. That is one of the big differentiators that I'm seeing and understanding from this matrix. And I really love the idea that children's education won't be disrupted. And it's really, I don't know that it's fair for me to say this because my son will have graduated by the time this is under construction, but we need to think about the education for everybody and not just the 4 years of students who, or 2 years who are going to suffer with this construction on their site. It really is a shame that there's no other way to do it. We looked very hard at the city. There's nowhere else to put this. But we need to think about the long-termness. And if you bring the building closer to the front, it does make it more welcoming for people who are trying to walk and bicycle to the site. And I think the other thing that's really important is thinking about site circulation and bus drop off and traffic as we deal with this, because as much as I wish that would go away, it won't. And I just wanted to make one other comment that I personally is that I feel it's really important for people to realize, I have to say it was raised by a member of the committee. The idea that the school only benefits people with children. Every person in our community benefits from all children being engaged in their education and getting an excellent education, whether or not you have children, will ever have children, because you want smart people working around you, living around you, people who've been educated doing things. And kids who have checked out of school because their school is not a nice place to be are not productive members of community in the long run. And the idea that only people who have children benefit from a school is actually the equivalent of saying only people who have a fire in their house benefit from a firehouse. And I just needed to sort of give voice to that because it really bothered me. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the incredible hard work that you are all doing, and the benefit of the quality of life for the students in the long run for this. So thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. You're in the room.
Hi, I'm Jenna Cagley from 22 Ronald Road. And I'm speaking because I remember my father saying, and I grew up in Cleveland, East Side, that and one of the most important things was that you had to learn how to swim in order to graduate. That always stayed with me because as a water safety instructor and lifeguard, I know how important it is, whether I hope never favor on this because in doing a comprehensive study of schools that have pools, you'll find that more students, they don't drown, they know how they handle themselves in boats, etc. So definitely stay on this point, because I am a pool person. And also to study the integrity of our pool. Is it good? And I'm sure, I know we had to replace some tiles, but weigh carefully whether we need a new pool versus an old. And as a teacher in Lexington, I'm finding that having passed, sometimes the new materials in buildings are not as good as some of the old structures. So I'm just saying, whether it's the pool or the building, sometimes older is better, and then build on to that. Hopefully that's still good quality. Also,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate work too.
Thank you. I see, Debbie online. Debbie Steiner.
Mute. Hi there. Thank you, everybody. It sounds to me like I got misinformation. So just FYI, I would like to just apologize because I was told from somebody who does a lot of work with the pool that one of the options would be not to have a pool. And so that's where my messaging came through today from that. So I want to apologize for that. But, and it's obviously clear that there's a lot of interest in keeping the pool, so I'm not going to beat that horse anymore. I think you guys have all heard it by now. I'm looking at this blue slide. I was sitting in the room. I had to leave to pick up my daughter who was actually on swim team at the pool, but now we're home. So I use it in the morning. She uses it in the evening. Yes, we use it quite a bit. Great. We want the pool. Move on. So I don't understand this blue picture that I'm looking at, this C3122112133 C4. Everything is super small. I can't even read, and I have a big screen at my house. And when I was there in the room, I couldn't read anything. I thought when I got home, I'd be able to blow things up and look a little bit more. But I guess my understanding is that this meeting today was to try to make things go from 29 to 3 or 5. So I would love to see us move along that path, but it sounds to me like everything is really quite similar. So maybe if A, B, C, or D, if those things are radically different, then maybe we could talk about what's the difference between doing A, doing B, doing C, doing D, and then it's kind of like buying a car, right? What model do you want? And then you go down, what brand do you want? And then you go back to the model. So if we could just, is the goal tonight to decide if we want A, B, C, or D, and then we'll hash out farther from there? Or is the object tonight to say, well, we like A1 and we like B2 or B32 or B something and then C something and then D something? Because I don't know how successful that will be if we're just talking about how much we all love the pool. And oh, and one person said how much we need more space because it's really hard to get space. And literally the next person came on and said, look, we need a school. We don't need every bell and whistle. So you're not going to get consensus probably on almost anything.
Thanks, Debbie. Oh, no. Yeah. So Debbie, just to like clarify, we are picking, we are not just simply picking A, B, C, D. We are picking specific options. Having said that, in the next phase, we can and will ask for the project team to look at all kinds of iterations of those designs. So they're very much not set in stone. I think what we're sort of needing to weigh is like in concept, what are we trying to do? So like maybe, do we want to pursue something on Edgerly Field? Do we want to pursue something in the parking lot? What it exactly looks like in those spaces can very, very much change between now and June. So like for me, yes, we have to get to that detail, but I also just want everyone to know and feel good that like, if you're like, I don't like this because it looks like a spaceship, it doesn't have to, like, we're not tonight saying we're definitely doing something that looks like a spaceship. Like, we're saying that we want to explore something that wraps around the pool and the gym and, you know, roughly operates in this particular space. Like, that's what we're doing tonight. So there'll be lots and lots of opportunity for additional input and comments about what you like, et cetera, going forward. So I think of this as important, but not the most important decision this committee will make before this is done. I think we have one more person here in the room.
Oh,
Hi. Oh,
Davey, can you just state your address for the record?
Oh, sorry. 29 Damon Road, Debbie Case. I just figure everybody knows me. Gosh, sorry.
You now, Debbie, you now.
Thanks, Debbie. Yes.
Hi, Andrew Oswald, 59 George Street. And I've been in and out of this process a little bit, so maybe it's already been covered. But I see that you have selected, or you did your heat maps and you got some maybe short list of things that seem popular. It strikes me that maybe those are largely based on some aesthetics or where things are, where place. What I was wondering was, have you done any, even rough modeling or analysis of the models that would suggest like, what are the things that we're gaining and what are the things that we're losing? And what we expect or what we project might be the impact of the cost. So for example, when I just looked at person sitting next to me who printed everything out, all the costs look nearly identical. I mean, give or take 10% or something like that. But it seems that some of them, like, hey, if we have to have mobile classrooms, that's $30,000 or $30 million that we're kind of flushing down the drain. Hey, if we save the pool in the gym, like those are valuable to save because we can't replace them, and so maybe it's better to go and renovate them. And so I was just wondering if somebody's done a kind of rough quantitative or metric based comparison on those of what we might, to give us a view of what is potentially a best value for the money. And I guess the other thing I would wonder or ask would be if there's aspects of our super duper multi-use school that aren't covered by the SBA. Is there, and we do have a pretty large building that has at least some aspects that are maybe solid. Are there, maybe we save a part of the old building and put some of those functions into a renovated old building section that we wouldn't necessarily get reimbursed for. So, and that may be a way to kind of get a new school, but get an extra, how many ever 1,000 square feet for community center types of functions or Medford Family Network or larger auditorium, those kinds of things.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just so that you know, there is a pretty detailed, quite large matrix on the website that does go through and evaluate lots and lots of criteria across all of these designs. That'll get a whole lot easier to look at when we're down to like 3 to 5. But I think one of the things that sort of jumped out at me is all of these buildings do most of the things. And there's a handful of places where there really is variation, but there's a lot in common with all of these, which is probably why, to your point, you're seeing like very sort of common, like a common cost band. So all of that's going to continue to be refined as we go forward. But that is out on the website and available if you want to take a look at it.
Oh, one other little comment.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying that, something about putting things up in the library.
Mm-hmm.
It might be cool to have a sort of progress report display or some visual place that people can just walk by and maybe see little models and what the top 5 are, and so that it's a place that like finding this meeting and coming, when is it and where is it and all that kind of stuff is somewhat daunting. But if there's a visual place in the community, library comes to mind, that people can just sort of walk by and say, oh, this is the doodles the architect did today, and these are 4 3D printed models of what it might look like. Might be a way to also get involved, because you need to sell it to the community.
Thank you for that. I see Cheryl online.
Hi.
Hi,
I'm
name and address for the record?
Yeah, can I say a couple things?
Sure. Can you just give us your name and address for the record?
Sure, it's Cheryl Haug, Haug. I live at 28 Monument Street.
The floor is yours.
Excuse me? The floor is mine?
The floor is
Okay.
all yours.
I've swum at the pool since the 80s, and I was always struck by how I love the pool, but how it was really underutilized. But what I've found in the last 5 or so years, what's so exciting because it really is being utilized by not only people here from Belmont, Winchester, whatever. So that's one comment. My kids went to school here, and now my grandchildren are now at the Brooks School. I don't know if they'll see this new high school, but I just had this thought about what the new library has meant and what it's been. It's turned into a community place. I see men with strollers on Saturdays it's a community. I mean, and I've always loved libraries. And I think to sell schools today, it's a community thing. I think of Arlington with their community night programs, unbelievable. And I think that the high school, to sell it also, it's important to really make it available at night, like they're putting in meeting rooms like the library has. But I think we have to look at a bigger perspective that the pool should be used. The rec department should be involved in this as well, using gym space and having classes that people can take. I don't know. I like to look at the big picture. And I think there are a lot of connections that can be made in terms of funding and support. And I just think that we should be thinking that way because the building will be wonderful and it should be used by everybody so that we can all be appreciative and proud of this new asset in Medford.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Paul?
I really appreciated what Cheryl had to say. I also just want to maybe remind, but and hope that Cheryl can join us when we finally do have an option, because this committee as a body, the city, the school system is barred from selling this project to get across the debt exclusion. We cannot spend a nickel, can't send an email supporting the project to get over debt exclusion. So anybody who's interested in whatever it ends up looking like, on your own time, and obviously as us as individual members will be able to do it. But this body will not be able to send a mailer supporting the override debt exclusion. Nothing, and neither will the mayor's office. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't agree with, but it's the law.
Thank you. We have somebody here in the room. Name and address for the record, please.
Castanetti and Paul, Cushion, East Medford, Mass.
Okay. What's your comment?
You know what?
Yeah.
Thank you. I may finish up when I was probably speaking out of turn earlier, and really with the mailhouse. But I'd like to finish my comments, if I may, about when I participated at the old high school in Forest. And Chevalier was auditorium, or I saw it right Bethel 3 weeks ago. I didn't have any tickets either. But anyway, it was a wonderful show. So we had the baby boomer classes back in the 60s. And that was approximately 800 students per class times 3, 8, 9. So, and then, Mayor Pompeo got offended when I mentioned this at one of his committee things. And he said, I wasn't there when they did that. I don't know if that's true or not. So it hurt me to see the school come into the West Medford woods here. Because we had maybe $1.50 in our pockets cash, but the cigarettes was 28 cents. Today, they're $21.24. So if you put in perspective, we should have bought cigarettes instead of the Dow Jones. Furthermore, we supported the square with $1.50 in our pockets. Maybe we made some money at Joe's Pool, I don't know. We had Memphis Cinema, we had candle pins, bowling, computer pot, breakfast, the armory dances. The square was hopping. Talking about vibrancy and doing up a square for the 9th plan. It was hopping. It was sad to see it have such a demise and go down. Middle Glen Mall was probably, actually Ring Road and Middle Glen Mall, I don't know, but, ironically, Middle Glen Mall went out of business. So go figure. So, it was sad for the economic square. However, I just have some mathematical questions if I may.
Sure, we do have to get to the next phase of this agenda, so
Simple
let's,
question.
yes, happy to answer.
With all these beautiful brains, I'm sure I can get a correct answer.
Okay, what do you got?
What, I hear these big numbers going around, what is the maximum liability it's gonna cost us? $1 million, $1 billion, 10 billion, can you give me a ballpark? That's all I want is that. That's all I need.
The options right now range from 438 million to about 893 million.
Okay, and then you also have other things involved that call it $1 billion for now. Thank you. And how many real estate taxpayers do we have? How many bills go out every 3 months? That's important. That's key.
It's 19,000 properties, but that doesn't include apartments and commercial, just 19,000.
9,000 residential homes, approximate. And commercial property, an additional how many thousand there? Yes, ma'am.
We can get you that number. I want to give you.
I can start with 19 residential buildings. 19,000, right? Okay, so I'll do the math later on. I'm gonna divide it by the mortgage payment on $1 billion, that'll be $5 million monthly. On a 20-year fix. Of course, you're gonna do a debt exclusion maybe. Unless you're gonna just afford a bond, if anybody will buy that bond. I'm not that smart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to the committee? Seeing none. Okay, so I want to turn us back to the straw poll, the results of the straw poll. And remind the committee that option A will go forward. We must put forward at least one option from the combination of B and C, and we must put forward at least one option from D. Those are the requirements of the MSBA. Is there anybody who would like to make a motion?
Libby, I'm ready for a motion, but the way I see it, if 5 is okay, we guys have less than 5, but if we say 5, the new build options, the difference between, building on Edgerly or building on the parking lot, those are very different. And certainly the buildings look like that's to be determined, but, I saw a lot of votes for the, versions where it's up on the north side. And I don't know if that's because everyone likes what they look like, or they see that it costs less, or maybe it's a little faster. But I think having one of each to study would be really important to see the implications of that. I do have a kid who will be in the disrupted time period from modulars, and like, put him in mods, I don't care. Like it's 5 years versus the generation of having the building in the right place. So I think we really need to like take some sort of extreme, say like in just saying of the new builds, like take one of each. For the reno options, like take a couple different levels of new construction versus renovation. So we have like real things to study. It's really not about what the building looks like, or is it bars or swoops. It's just like how much is new, how much is renovated. So we get a really good sense of the difference between the 4. I could try to pick 4 specifically if you want that, but that's just the way I would approach it. Just so we have as much data as possible.
Nicole?
Yeah, I really appreciate what Louis said, because I think I lean towards the parking lot area. I think because a lot of things people said tonight, as far as having the street facing, having a shorter walk for students coming up that space, or other ways they're getting in, traffic patterns. And I think also I, as you do, live right in that area where those abutters are right now. The closest, houses are against fields. To now have a 4 to 6 foot story building kind of right against those houses, I think that's a really big difference. And I think a lot of those people maybe aren't even aware of that. And I know all of this is subject to design change, but I think that's, you know, 2 big reasons why I lean towards more of the parking lot area. But I think it is important, what Libby said, just making sure we have those 2 options, because same, I'm not really sure what's motivating people for why they're choosing one over the other, why they're heavily choosing Edgerly Field. So that's just piggybacking on that.
Chet?
Sorry, I just want to explain why some people, or at least why I was leaning towards more than Edgerly Field. And the reason is it doesn't overlap with the existing high school as much as some of the other options.
Right.
So I'm gonna have children who are probably gonna be at the high school during construction. And frankly, I would rather take an option that does, you know, does the minimum amount of damage to the existing high school so that they can have their high school experience while still building high school.
Thank you.
Dr. Galusi?
Just gonna echo that a little bit. Some of the things that just for me personally, going through to look at the options, I agree and would like to see the data from what the differences are. But I do want to say that, and looking at the straw poll and the other polls, there is some input there from the community, from this committee, that people are interested in seeing what the varying options would look like. So I do think it's important to move that forward. But I would say, like, for me personally, I did look at the modulars. There are 2 options that don't require any modulars, so that's the least disruption to educating our students throughout this project. And then there are 3 tiers of modular use. And one of the options right now that has a complete build in the current parking lot is the most amount of modulars. And not just for the most amount of money, but I really would be curious where we would put 96 modulars to educate our students and what that would look like. And again, speaking from the point of this is a community building, I don't know sitting here right now what that means for modular use for our municipal daycare, for MFN, for our welcome center. There's a lot of questions there for me. I think it's important to study, but I definitely, in looking at this, I definitely looked at modulars. I definitely looked at the least impact. I definitely looked at community facing options. I'm very much for not only the community piece, but the safety and security of the building. Very much would like to see a lot of our community facing programs and activities clustered to some degree so that we can be open and welcoming, but also secure the rest of the building. I did look at traffic, and I also looked at stories, like how many floors, what is that like grade difference between maybe one part of the building and the next. But again, I think it's important to this phase to be looking at what those different options are, so we're armed with information. But I'm always going to go for least disruption to our educational.
Paul?
I don't think we've ever talked about that. Do we know, in fact, that we could put that many modulars here, or are we talking about the multi-story buildings that are literally there temporarily to be thrown away?
So we did look at different options. We have included in one of the prior building committee meetings, a slide that indicates some potential locations where they could fit and that match the quantity that's listed for each of the options. So they would all have to be 2-story buildings to be able to accommodate all the other things on site that we need to, such as traffic circulation, construction logistics, laydown area.
But I don't believe they connect, correct?
No.
So it would be like around the perimeter, but they don't connect.
It's a double-story trailer park.
Yes.
Like growing up in New Hampshire, we had modular, so not the double story. Can I just finish my question real quick? So, those modulars, I assume, have to be up to all the standard code.
Yep.
So it's literally like we're building houses, or they're being brought in and plopped down. They're not, like, as a kid, I lived for a year in Florida, and most of the school was in modulars forever. It was never going, wasn't temporary.
Yep.
And they were like the trailers you could order on a catalog that somebody dropped off with the wheels. These are not those.
Would be set on a foundation, but they do come in on trailers. They at their core, they are the same type of thing, where they would be wheeled in, they'll be set on something permanent. They're gonna need an elevator. If they're 2 stories, they have to be fully code compliant, as you said.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oops.
I'd like to, so I agree with a lot of what was said. I want to make a motion that we include one concept that avoids modulars in our, set of.
Second. Okay. You know, we're not narrowing anything down with this motion, right? Like, that is what we have to do before we can leave tonight. But there's a motion on the floor to include at least one alternative that does not have modulars. By Luke, seconded by Dr. Galusi. I'm gonna call the.
Do we
Could I
all know like how many those are?
There's
Or-
3.
Could I offer an amendment to that?
Sure.
There's 2 options that don't have modulars, C 3.3 and D 2.1. Do we just move both of those to the second phase?
What can you say?
PSR.
C
C
3.3,
and D 2.1.
which I will say equally had 10 votes each
Yeah,
from
I vote.
straw poll.
Yeah.
And for the community input,
Can you just
also had the most votes,
Sorry.
28 to 23.
It's here as well.
So I don't know if you would accept that amendment.
The motion's been killed, so I think the safe way.
So, I'm sorry, Luke, are you accepting that amendment or, okay. So the amendment is that we would move forward C 3.3 and D 2.1. Both? Both.
Uh,
Okay, any questions about the motion? Lisa?
With those being up there on Edgewood Field, one of the things that was confusing to me on the diagrams is traffic flow. In terms of both drop off and pickup, but also access to the CTE program. Should we read much into the current diagrams, or is that something that would just be addressed in the future?
I think it's one of the almost immediately first things that we need to address as we move forward to that next level of detail, but there hasn't been complete development or resolution of on-site circulation as part of these initial
But I think
diagrams.
some of the designs do show roadways and some don't, and these are ones that don't show roadways going up there.
Can I ask SMNA to walk us through, and just quickly, it doesn't have to be in depth, but when I look at D11, intuitively, I think to myself, I should move modulars there for any duration, really. So why are modulars part of D11? Since it's in the parking lot.
Yeah, so it's difficult to see on that diagram. Maybe what I can do, we do have slides that actually have some detail. So let me just, sorry, I'm taking you a place you didn't want to go, but I think it's just easier to see here.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
So these 2 wings are stretching onto the existing footprint of the building. And the key thing is always from the modular perspective is when we start to cross over onto the B wing, the existing B wing, during some course of construction, or the C wing. Those are the 2 that have the highest quantity of academic classrooms in them. And so that's what really drives the quantity of the modulars up. So because these wings will have to at some point build on top of those existing classroom wings, we need to be able to compensate and provide modular classroom space while that's being built.
Okay, yeah, and so thanks for clarifying. I get it now. I think when I saw it earlier, I saw the orange, and I associated that with parking.
Okay, so is there, the amended motion is C 3.3 and D 2.1 forward. Any questions about the motion?
Take away from total.
Yes.
We're picking 2 others.
So we decided on 4 total.
The 3 to 5 is really 2 to 4 since A goes in. Or is it 3 to 5 on top of the end?
3 to 5 total.
So the specific number, like the MSBA is not prescribing that we pick 3 or 5. They're giving that as a general guidance for range. So one of them has to be A. So we can have the next 2 get us to 3. We could add more. That's really the deliberation under. It's not 29.
So can I just offer one more amendment? That we advance these two options forward as finalists in case we end up with like 6 or 7 that we then need to consider, because we've only talked about 2 so far. So we're just like moving them to the final pool.
If we didn't amend it, walk us through the finalist selection. If we didn't.
If we didn't amend it, if they would be finalists, they would be going to the MSBA. So I
Okay,
think it's, do we want to create a smaller pool to consider?
Let's
Or-
let's say group.
Yeah, or all in pool, or are we saying these are going to the MSBA? That's the question.
okay, so the amendment is to create an interim pool from the
Yes.
29, from which we will pick
Yeah.
5.
Okay, is everyone with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm gonna call the roll. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo Kern.
Yes.
Dr. Galucci.
Yes.
Arta Cabral.
Yes.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Marissa Desmond.
Yes.
Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hilliard. Emily Lazaro.
Yes.
Paul Malone.
Yes.
Nicole Morel.
Yes.
Aaron Olapate.
Yes.
Lou Kreisner.
Yes.
Okay, 15 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. We have 2 finalists.
Sorry.
Here.
Progress, called progress.
Can you go back to the straw poll? Thank you. Are there other items here for which there is a motion that we should put them in this finalist pool? Ken,
I kind of go the other direction and make a motion that we remove all the B options from the table.
motion to remove all B options. Is there a second?
We asked, and why? And
They all
dissection.
keep part of the building and try to renovate that rather than, except for the gym and the pool. So they're all like keeping like the B wing or the C wing or something, or trying to renovate a portion of that. Keeping the B wing, it tries to make a hole down the middle of it to try to bring pools of light in. It just seems the long wear on the barn and doesn't get to my perspective, what we really need to do is.
Okay, before we go further, is there a second so that we can consider this motion?
Second.
Second, okay. Are there other questions? I saw some hands over here. Bill?
Gonna say, maybe it's good to keep a first portion of B, because there are things that we're gonna look to in space evaluation to maybe reduce, right? So like the offices is a $24 million item, right? That's like down below, or the administrative offices. Maybe renovating is a cheaper alternative than building new, right? On something that's not as reimbursable. Just something to think about.
Yeah, it's just for me, it's the position it's in to keep that in the front of the building to try to renovate those. with it.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter which part, but I'm saying like you could renovate some wing, right? And do like the new MFN there. It's not gonna be fully reimbursable. So renovation could be cheaper possibly. I know sometimes it's actually more expensive, but just thinking of like trying to save part of the building to use as a space for the items that we don't get reimbursement on.
So you're saying
Libby?
to almost keep them for informational purposes?
Well, keep a version of,
Yeah.
yeah, so like, 'cause I don't know where we're gonna keep it, right, what makes sense, like, maybe the science wing doesn't make sense, it's all labs, but maybe the classrooms in wing A or C, or I don't know. the number.
In our cost model, there was a lower cost per square foot associated with renovation of existing than West Virginia.
Yeah.
Libby?
I think there's an incredible amount of value in what already exists. And we owe it to ourselves to study that really carefully to see what has potential to stay. I know that there's some areas might be difficult and some don't have daylight, but I think this team deserves like to have that information. I think we owe it to the community to say we've looked at keeping as much as possible and renovating it. And maybe it'll be, hey, this is not feasible. And you guys can show us diagrams of, here's the structural grid, and if we want 950 square foot classrooms, it screws up this, that, and like it doesn't work. But I think we need to have that information. Best case, we're like, this is great, actually, we can keep the building and use these wings, and actually works wonderfully. Worst case, it doesn't work, but we can say, show people that information and say, here's why it doesn't work. I very strongly think that that needs to be something that we at least look at for a couple more months.
I agree.
And so I just wanted to add my voice of support for keeping at least one B option. And it's gonna sound like virtue signaling, but the embodied carbon, it's connected to energy, and energy is cost. And if we are pressured because of how big this thing is, and we're looking at every possible way to control cost, we can't exclude the value of maintaining the embodied carbon. That's a buzzword, but it's connected very strongly to the amount of energy resources that are put towards constructing, making materials, and those embodied costs are savings that we can potentially leverage to help control the overall size of this. So I would ask them to keep one B for that reason.
Brian?
I'll jump on a wagon actually with Libby and say that I think it's actually really important that we keep a B option on the table. And I singled out 4.2 as one that kept some of the best components that we've got. It's a lot of, the pool, it's got what is the larger gym, but it actually deals with some of the really unfortunate holes we've got either created in space that we already own or knocked down. I was a little bit concerned with a lot of the B options that jammed new construction up against old construction, and to me it creates a lot of issues with light corridors. I feel like 4.2 deserves a really good study. I think throwing that out now would be a fun state, so I can't support it.
Dr. Galusi?
Well, now I need I'm not seeing on this slide, do we know how many, part of the reason why I maybe didn't look solely at a lot of the Bs is because they were the ones that required the most modulars. Like what is it, the highest number of modulars,
So that's the
96 of them. How many does this option require for modulars? I don't have this on the list. So it's the second highest.
And I will say, I looked at it as a
76?
56. I looked at it for 30,000 feet, like, it isn't, but so especially the most expensive, it wasn't about the most modular, it was, how do we get the kids to me one of the better products out of the B? We've got a lot of B choices, one of the better products at the end of the day that maintains what I think is some of the best stuff that we've got in the city, and poor, obviously, but then deal with everything else that we should be rectified. So I don't.
Comment? Is there any amendments to the motion?
Are we still with the go to Bs, or are we adding?
That is the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is to eliminate all the Bs.
How about if we amend it to eliminate all Bs except B 4.2?
That is up to Ken.
Except.
Okay. So the motion as amended is to eliminate all the Bs except for 4.2. And seconded by Aaron. Are you also accepting that amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on that? Okay. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo-Kern,
Yes.
Dr. Galusi,
Yes.
Marta Cabral,
Yes.
Joan Bowen,
Yes.
Ken Lord,
Yes.
Libby Brown,
No.
Marissa Desmond,
Yes.
Maria Dorsey,
Yes.
Brian Hilliard,
Yeah.
Emily Lazaro,
Yes.
Paul Malone,
Yes.
Nicole Morel,
No.
Aaron Olapate,
No.
Luke Preisner,
Yes.
12 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The 4.2 is a finalist.
If I may through the chair, Libby can ask why you, or any of the no votes, why you voted no. So we can always move reconsideration. We're doing this fast, although I know it's past time, but this is something we can't rush. I'm taking advice from almost like the architects in the room.
I mean, it only keeps half the building. I think a version that keeps more of the building is valuable to understand. I didn't vote for those ones, I know it's supposed to be anonymous. I like 4.2 diagrammatically, but it had a 69-month schedule our timeline, and so I just generally leaned away from those. Modulars is important, but also just like timeline is important to me. So I just preferred the ones that were leaning closer to, 4.5 years, 54 months or whatever. So it was just basically, I think there needs to be a version with more existing construction that remains and is a shorter time frame and lower cost.
Brian?
I'd actually just like to layer onto that, that I firmly believe that there is an option within some of these options to move things around and actually fix that problem. I think, and I would actually look for you guys to make sure that unless we're out of turn, but this isn't, again, set in stone. I feel like we can push and pull all of these elements, which includes time and modulars and, embodied carbon and all these things. There's an answer within, some of these decisions that we'll get to. So I feel pretty strongly that that's a good start, but it's not.
Paul?
I completely agree with you, Brian, except if we take every option and all of us thinks about all the ways we could change all the options, none of us are comparing the options that are in front of us. We're all comparing our own version of all the options. So I completely agree we need to have that conversation. And I'm not putting members here really, I think, but if we are not looking at this table of options and saying, this has a pool that's not renovated and this has a pool that is renovated, I could be like, well, maybe in this one we can decide to make it renovated instead of in a new building when I'm making the decision. Then I just feel like it's sort of like the cost. They're not intended to mean the actual cost. They're so you can compare to each other. But that's only true if you actually assume that we're comparing the items on this spreadsheet. So don't disagree, but I think if we all do that, then we're all just kind of making it up.
Well, yes, and somebody just told me today I should buy a shirt that said yes and. So the output of this, I think one of the things the design team is really interested in, and we'll maybe find a way that when everyone's not quite so tired to collect this input from you all, but like, I think they want to know why we liked various things, why we didn't like various things. So perhaps we can we can talk at our weekly meeting about putting together some sort of survey that provides people an opportunity to sort of funnel some information about what they're thinking now that we will have a smaller set of options. So I think I agree that all of those things are true, but also the next step of this is to sort of go in detail and kick the tires on these smaller set of options. It's really hard to do times 29, right? You can't be give me every option times with the pool, without a pool, with a separate pool, with a new pool, with a bigger pool. It's too much. And I think one of the things that we're sort of hearing from the community, we had lots of people come talk to us tonight, and not a single one of them said, I like option 3.4, right? And what we're hearing somewhat consistently is there's so many choices, it's too much. So us getting to this smaller number and then being able to have real conversation, I think is important. And that can start with us. So we will take that as an action item away. Because I do think to Brian and Libby's point, if we have a B that goes forward, does it have to look exactly like this? No, probably not. Obviously we can't ask them to build 29, be 4.2, but if there is some cohesiveness in terms of sort of how people are looking at these whittled down options, I think that's very valuable for us to do, and we can do some work to collect that input. Ken?
For me, the difference between the B options are which wing you want to keep.
Right.
And that was for me, looking at those and trying to make a value judgment based on that. And that, of course, drives all of the other characteristics. That was kind of the differentiator between all of those. The C options, for me, the biggest thing was where on the site I was going to put the rest of the building, keeping the gym and the pool. And that was all that. And then the Ds, of course, are new options in different areas. So it narrowed down very quickly for me when I was doing the analysis, thinking of it that way. And then looking at the other characteristics that are important to me, the number of modulars, things like that.
Can you go back to the straw poll, Matt? I just want to give everyone that anchor again. Aaron.
Just an observation of the straw poll. I mean, for me, my reasoning for my vote, I think in part was because with the straw poll, there wasn't a lot of agreement of that the B options felt like where we wanted to lean in towards. Now the responses from C and D are also limited, but I do find that when I was having conversations with the community on our meeting on 3.5, and then I think a lot of the considerations people had about like the time this will take for the B option, for example. I mean, that's 5+6+ years of build and countless modular buildings, which I've gone to schools in modular buildings before. I found them to be pleasant, but that's like with a lot of caveats and nuance and things like that. So please don't hold me to that one statement. But I think that we're talking a lot about the way that this is going to impact students and impact families and the community at large. And I think that the duration of time and the actual student learning component is something that we're really trying to grapple with as individuals. And it's challenging because there's no one perfect model or one perfect fix, but I think the duration of time for at least that one option has felt like really staggering for me to like grapple with while kids are in modulars for that duration of time and the amount of them, among other things, and the costs. So.
Dr. Galusi?
Could I say to just like extend that, what you just said a little bit, is that on both straw polls, I did observe, whether it was the community one or ours, that C 3.4 was one of the preferred concepts in both straw polls. It also speaks to everything you just said in terms of duration, lower tier for modulars, only 4 floors, the timelines there. I don't know if people are intrigued. We're calling it like the Star Trek concept, but I would make a motion to have that be in the contender pool based on both straw poll results.
3.4?
C 3.4
as a contender. Dr. Galusi, is there a second?
Second.
Aaron. Questions about 3.4? Libby?
I just want to make sure, we're still doing the final?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll come back around once everyone's satisfied that we've like narrowed it down and make sure we're all in agreement. Or a majority are anyway. There are questions about 3.4 that the team can answer for us.
I'll make the observation, it's gonna look like a contemporary art museum, probably very beautiful. You're not gonna see it from the street. Only the people who are on a mission to visit the high school that day will see it. But just an observation.
Great.
Hidden gem.
Okay, Okay, I will,
Is this where we argue whether we like that one or not?
Yeah.
Because
sure.
not my favorite. This one personally, I went with 3.2 for a lot of other reasons. Again, I feel like it's the most flexible, but I'm not trying to, I have a hard time believing that we're gonna get the 3.4 and actually construct that in a meaningful way. I feel like it's going to be confusing. It's going to be it's a tough one to build. For me, it's always been a throwaway, but when I looked at a lot of the parameters around 3.2, it accomplishes a lot of the things that we were trying to do as far as building high up in the fields. It again seems the most flexible, but it keeps it maintains the pool and the gym, but it also has one element that comes forward with the public. I'd like to see something that comes down below the old existing construction, because I don't think that's very friendly as far as a street presence goes. So anything that we can pull down to the south, south, helps, but it also managed to build a lot of construction up high and keep the kids out of construction zone for as long as possible, and then going to together.
Which number was that, I'm sorry?
3.2.
3.2.
Again, I just feel that is something we can work with. I'm having a hard time envisioning working around 3.4 as far as phasing and result. And literally like having the core, that is just one big blank, one big box that has, maybe showing light and then showing inside, so.
Libby?
To go off that, I think you're right. I think if we're already have 3.3 in our finalist pool, I believe. I think you're right. Actually, you're totally right, Brian. I would prefer 3.2, but I think they're kind of close enough to the thing.
Exactly, I'm there, like.
But yeah, I think
I
it's
don't
like,
like
yeah.
courtyard, so I'm a 3.2 guy. But,
like if we're just talking like where the majority of construction goes,
yeah,
maybe
I'm
they
trying to-
pull some of it forward. Yeah, I'm
I'm
with
trying to
you.
think through phasing, and I don't like the fact that it's entirely hidden, the public view, as soon as you come on the site, is this old building from 1970. And everything is hidden behind that, so any way we can sort of connect that tissue from up high, down low, and have that, 1970 construction as secondary, I thought we're gonna be at the beginning.
So that is, I'm sorry, which number was that?
That's 3.2, that's 3.2.
3.2,
And
okay.
again, malleable, I don't think very.
C.
Okay, C 3.2.
C.
Paul?
I'm not on the working group for security. I'm assuming other people are because it's made up of us. But does that group have opinions? Like, you know, the one in particular that I've always been like, didn't hate, but from a security defense, and I'm the opposite. I hate talking about schools as this thing that need to be fortified. But when I look at, for instance, B1.1, I'm like, I don't know how you fortify a school that's like 3 inches from the road and right on where people are driving. So I'm just wondering if anybody's been on that group, has any feedback from that group about options that made sense?
We're not there yet with any of the groups. That's like the next meeting.
Okay.
Luke?
I do want to share a concern that I have with all of the Edgerly options. And, you know, it should be informed by, someone representative of the first responder community, but there's a lot of accidents that can happen, right? It doesn't have to be some sort of deliberate security response that we're responding to. It could be an ambulance call. It could be a fire. By putting things so far back and with some of the, I'll say, complicated footprint geometries, I am concerned about first responders being able to get to the entrances and do their job in a timely way. I see the advantage in positioning a structure on the lower parking for that reason. I did hear the gentleman speak earlier about drop off. It resonated with me, makes sense. I drop a kid off every day. I know exactly what it looks like in the morning. And I expect to be doing this for the next 8 years. So I would like to have one option that's, or at least maybe some discussion about having one option that's kind of close to the street, primarily to facilitate first response timelines. Because I feel like that's just a common sense thing we should think about and incorporate in our thinking. We're making a big decision for like 1,300 people, right? Their safety is our responsibility, and we shouldn't ignore considerations about how our first response communities answer calls should they happen. So for that reason, I'd like us to consider including something that's closer to the street.
I mean, I think close to the street is also relative. I mean, everything is close to, like, this is close to the street, but it's still up that hill. Like, it's still fairly set back from the street compared to other schools in that city.
Sure, but it's as close as it can be.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying it's still up a hill, even when we get close.
Brian?
Well, I get if we're sort of trying to move forward different options. I'm not sure we're moving on from C options yet, but D 1.1, I think was what I chose for a lot of reasons. Everything's a compromise, but I feel like it's got the most malleability, and it's going to deal with, whether it's, you know, security issues, anything can be worked with. Obviously, you know, circulation, all these things are a problem. If we're compared to a C option where everything's up on Edgerly, I don't think it's fair to get there. But I think this holds a lot of potential compared to some of the others. I've already made it known, I'm not a big fan of courtyard, which you can see that in some of the other ones, but, I think the reason I like one of the C options that to me embraces the fells and some of the public sensing. And the reason I didn't like the 2.1, which is also up on Edgerly, is for just I think being able to explore one up on Edgerly, and I prefer the C version up there, 3.2. And the D version, which is 1.1, which is down Luke's Point down lower. And I think then we can sort of start to look at the benefits of having one down low and one up high and what that means. Maybe security wags the dog. I don't know yet, but I tried to separate my choices out for different reasons, and that's in defense of 1.1.
Matt, can you show us C 2.2? Matt and I were, so a couple of things. We did have a meeting that was very well attended by our abutters. So while we don't have that many direct neighbors, we have a significant neighborhood of which I am a part, as somebody else on the committee. And we heard from the abutters, lots of questions that abutters have about the project and the timeline and all of those good things. But we did also hear from them, real concern about the height and the setback from that edge of the property being like a real concern for them. And so some of the Edgerly options are very tall, and very close to where there are homes and people who live there. So I think that's a consideration. What intrigued me about this option was we're not all the way up high, we're not all the way down low, we're preserving some stuff, right? And it seemed like it might be like an interesting option. And one of the things I was thinking about as I was thinking about this is like, this one seems to like require a lot of modulars. And I actually was talking to Matt about that at the Egg Dash on Saturday and saying like, why does this one require so many modulars? So Matt, I don't know if you can just share with the team, like what your thinking is. It's gonna like kind of muddy the water for everybody, but I think it's important because this second site, like we talked about this side as like a potential siting for like new construction. And none of the things that we're talking about yet take advantage of that second site.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna go back to the notion of what is the new footprint of the building overlap with, in this case, it's the C wing in terms of this piece that's coming out here. Tough to see again on screen, it doesn't have the footprint there. But that's really the reason that's driving it, and the C wing does have the highest quantity of modular classrooms that are required. So, I mean, it's something that we can think about as we go forward. It sort of goes back to Paul's earlier point in terms of trying to fit things into an option that might be there, but aren't necessarily sort of reflected in it. But I mean, if this is one that moves forward, it's one that we could think about. Is there some way of either trying to build some pieces new before we tear down the C wing to avoid some modulars? It may increase the amount of time that it takes to build the overall footprint. But those are the types of things that I think we can start to investigate on some of the options. On some of them, if we're just building straight on top of the existing building, like a B.1 option, it's tougher to sort of reimagine some of those things. But I think there are some options and some glimmers that we can see in some of these.
Okay. Right.
So just to layer on top of what Matt just said, I agree there's a great reason to explore that side. I chose 2.1 only because it felt to me like it had a little more opportunity to build a bigger section without encroaching on the C wing, which does have a lot of impact. I mean, obviously the C wing needs to go, in my opinion, but I think in my opinion, 2.1 and 2.2 are actually really similar. They're accomplishing the same thing. One just here. So either one could go forward. I think I'm hoping you guys feel like it's flexible enough that for all intents and purposes, it's the same option and they'll end up some up high, some down low, but we're pushing the boundaries to the west, and let's see what we can do. Is that a fair assessment of those two?
So yes, I think they're very similar in terms of their concept. And the main difference between 2.1, 2.2 is really the quantity of stories that are in there, which is just easier to sort of flip back in this format. Between the 5 stories and the 7 stories, it's a tighter footprint, it goes taller, that type of book. But we could investigate. Does it mean if it's a 6-story option somewhere in between, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, it makes sense to go 5 somewhere and 6 somewhere. You know, there's gonna be some give and take and push and pull vertically as well. We might not end up with a hybrid of the two, but so I would be happy taking either one of those forward. I think they accomplish the same thing as long as we have an open mind about what gives and pushes and pulls is what it's about.
Paul?
One of the things that isn't really, we're not there yet, is what, we talk about a 7-story building. The whole top story could be administration and network or whatever. I mean, that would be a terrible choice because we could play space outside, but it could be things other than academics, so that it's not effectively a 7-story building for kids to get from one place to another. Although there is the optic of us getting a lovely suite of views and but the issue of traversing a 7-story building to get from one class to another, like my own daughter literally runs now, and this is not a 7-story building, between 2 classes because of the way the schedule works and all her classes work. So it's hard for me to comprehend how, other than with a huge advance in how we can do scheduling, and computers aren't there yet, a 7-story building where academics are distributed across the entire place, that really concerns me. We're not gonna have a longer school day with this place open. We have 3 minutes between classes or 3 minutes. So, it's already a problem. This is a bigger building and 7 stories sounds like we're gonna have students who are going to party every single day. It just doesn't, I'd hate for us to build a new building, but we immediately have to try and figure out, negotiate with all of our union partners to go 4 minutes for classes. It's just impossible otherwise. And I know that we had one chart that had like a sort of estimate of like student traversal. Well, we have one for this district.
But it's probably not precise enough to
Right,
do
it's
what
not,
you're
for
asking.
sure. And I mean, again, like if we took whole top floor or something and said that won't be for students, then that number becomes sort of meaningless. But
So I just wanna bring us back. There is a motion on the floor to move C 3.4 forward as a finalist. Since then, we've talked about C 3.2, D 1.1, and then C 2.1, 2.2. Is there a desire to amend the motion to call those the finalist pool?
What's the numbers again?
3.4, C 3.2, D 1.1, C 2.1, and C 2.2.
We voted for 3.3, I think.
Yes, that's already a finalist. Yes.
3,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, and 4, 2 are already.
Yes, those 3 are already finalists. So we would be adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to the pool
Done 8.
for finalists.
And just for one clarifying point, when we talk about a 7-story building, it's not that any one story, because we're going up the hill, right?
For the 2.1 option and 2.2 that we're looking at, yes, because they are straddling the hill.
You're still gonna get from floor 1 to floor 7, but you're moving this way a lot.
Correct.
And can I also clarify, I already lost track, but I would lump them together, 2.1 and 2.C, 2.1, 2.2. I don't think they both need to record what we need to do in this point.
I did. I'm just trying to keep everybody moving with the numbers as they fly. So, so if we amended this motion, which is up to Dr. Galusi, it would then move 3.4, C 3.4, C 3.2, C 3.2 / C 2.1 / C 2.2, and D 1.1 to the like group of finalists, which would become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 choices. And then we could maybe like look at that pool and figure out where we want to go from there with a smaller set of things to consider.
I count 9, not 7.
I count 8.
I mean.
Plus A.
Well, see,
Is it down
on
to
the
A1?
C2,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
gonna- You gotta pick one.
We can,
I know.
but let's do that with a smaller
Yeah.
pool is my point.
I'm fine
Like,
with that.
Yeah,
I'm thinking that.
If it's just,
Yeah.
if we're creating the pool, can I add one?
Yes.
please,
do
please,
it.
Libby, please do.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just never actually, I would put B 1.2 in. Just to go back, and you're all welcome to say no, but I'm putting
1.2. Is there anything else we speak of?
It's up on the screen.
No.
Does that hit the attain as much as the existing building as possible?
I mean, it's obviously not the one that with the most, but I think it gets pretty close and it
So the
achieves the
B1
things that
retain the
B
most.
1.1 doesn't, like daylight.
Yeah, the B1 and 1.2 keep the entire building just
Add on
renovated,
top of it.
spatial additions.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And what's the time frame on that one?
B1.2,
Yeah.
56 months? No, that's longer, 54 months.
Brian?
My concern with 1.2 is that the ceiling in particular, which I find has a lot of issues, probably structural, and in order to adapt it to anything that's actually meaningful, is the biggest offender in the building, and it's keeping it. So it was one of the things that I kind of tossed out. Yeah, saying, well, like, so I love your feedback on how you got there. I got away from it pretty quickly. Plus I hit courtyard.
Your t-shirt will say that.
And if one thing I actually, I don't.
Everyone gets their t-shirt. They're all.
Yeah. One of the things I think we highlighted well enough, from the sim side was that you guys are, just planning on basically driving a wedge down in the middle of the B-wing. And it's not always highlighted. I don't know if people have really understood what the impact was of, putting a giant hole in the middle. And I think it's a great idea. So except that it creates a courtyard, but I don't know how far you guys are planning on going down, how effective it would be at getting light into the middle of that building as another reason I'm a big fan of getting rid of the B-wing. But at the very least, if we're driving a hole in the middle of that, how deep are we going? How effective is that? And right into our structural grid, which I think is more of a problem on the ceiling, but also a problem.
Is exactly what I hope that answers.
Okay.
I think we're gonna like stay.
I know we are,
Yeah.
that's why.
Oh, if they have answers now, that's awesome, but I was hoping this would give us a chance to study that.
Yeah, so I mean, the full structural analysis of sort of what's viable, we're not there yet. I think just from an overall approach standpoint, what we're planning on doing is taking down that courtyard down 2 stories. So leaving it down like, so we're in the bed, it would be like right above us. So there would probably be some skylights that we would try to add to this space to be able to bring daylight to it. But up above, we really need, there's so many classrooms actually that are surrounding it that need light. And so that's, from our perspective, the issue of just keeping the B wing in its current condition, among some other things as well. But as a basic approach, we'd just be dropping down 2 levels in.
It looked from the model, when I was looking at it, it looked like you guys had depressed their, maybe, which I didn't think was gonna get us too far, but I didn't know if you all had visions of driving this up to meet it, and, what that means to the space that we're in now, so I was a big fan of taking it down.
Any other comments? So I'm gonna suggest that we maybe take a vote on these as finalists. I'm gonna write them on a single piece of paper and we take like a 5-minute recess so that people can use the restroom and like regroup before we come back to the conversation. So if the motion as amended would be to bring forward C 3.4, C 3.2, D 1.1, C 2.1, C 2.2, and B 1.2 to the pool of finalists. Is that amendment acceptable, Dr. Galusi?
Yes,
and
it
Karen?
is.
Yeah.
So 4.2 of B is not in the list?
It's already a finalist.
If you go down to the already finalists.
Already finalists are C 3.3, D 2.1, and B 4.2. But I'd like to give everyone like a few minutes to like consider this after we take this vote in a recess.
And before we recess, plus A, so really.
Plus A.
Those other 5, 6, 7, we have to narrow down to about one.
Can I point out that none of the options that were mentioned, involves construction on the lower parking lot? And is
D
that
two
something-
point one, D 1.1, sorry, D 1.1.
Oh, D11 is in,
Yeah,
okay.
yep. Okay, I'm gonna call the
List up
roll,
on the screen. so-
and then we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo Kern. Yes. Dr. Galusi.
Yes.
Marta Cabral. Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Marissa Desmond.
Peter Hopper.
Maria Dorsey. Yes. Brian Hilliard.
Yes.
Emily Lazaro.
Yes.
Paul Malone.
Yes.
Nicole Morel.
Yeah.
Aaron Lapade.
Yes.
Luke Preisner.
Yes.
14 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 1 absent. We have our finalists. I'm gonna write them on this piece of paper.
There they are.
Oh, thank you very much. We're gonna take, like a 8-minute recess. And we will be back at 9:20 to continue this conversation.
Luke. 4.2 is also down there. Not like.
They're gonna repeat.
One. Do you want to move just those items like names? And photos with
My files, let me see. What we just say. Actually, you know, let me just say. Like, they say no money, you're done, like. I'm sure you can.
If you work. I don't know. If everybody knows, that I think it's
You're not gonna have to say something like that, it's a standard.
Okay,
Yeah.
as a recap. A, which is code upgrade, is going forward. Regardless of anything we're gonna do tonight, so let's not talk about it. And move on to the things that we have some control over. So I think, we are, as a reminder, we're required to move at least one D option forward and at least one B/C option forward. And we have two D options on the table and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 options between B and C. With refreshed eyes from that lovely 8 minutes, is there anybody who has any thoughts, comments? Paul?
Yes, I'm going back to the grading sheet. That we did at the last meeting. And, you know, B 1.2 and B 4.2 from a evaluation score are wildly below the others. And I realize that these are numbers that are, gotta take some of them with a grain of salt, but, you know, I didn't think that exercise was just for kicks. I thought those scores, evaluation scores mattered a lot. Evaluation of what, you know, there were things that came up really high that I had completely discounted, and I'm like, okay, well, those are really high, so they probably should get some value. So I'm just pointing that out, if we don't have those scores.
I do think, you know, the feedback overall that I've heard people articulate about B is they don't like any of them, like none of them sort of draw people to the concept. And there's, you know, anyone who's worried about disruption, I think intuitively feels like those B options are sort of rough to swallow. So I am wondering if like, if we looked at those two B options, do we feel strongly that who should go forward, or should we move to eliminate one of the B options as a place to start? Luke?
I don't want to address that, so I want to allow discussion and I want to raise a different point.
Okay. Paul?
B 4.2 is frankly one of the most expensive options at $875 million. So, and also frankly gets really bad scores across. It doesn't do well in. So I can't make a motion, but 4.2 seems like the one. Was making a motion.
Aaron?
I have to agree with Paul. I think 4.2, the length of time, a little under 6 years, it'll take in duration, almost the highest amount of modular buildings, like I mentioned earlier, and one of the highest costs just to make it, comparatively to the other B. I do think that, like many other members mentioned, that there is some benefit or benefit to incorporate or consider a B option, just so that we are being as careful as we can, and the community understands that consideration that we're having. So I'm happy to make a motion, unless there's other discussion about the B options, to eliminate B 4.2 and just consider B 1.2.
Second, okay.
I'm gonna ask for a discussion.
Sure, well, hold on, we'll get to everyone, I promise. Luke?
So I think it's important to have a scoring rubric. I am familiar with the evaluation matrix. I found it to be complicated. I did object to the fact that we didn't actually make those scores. They came from our team. And they were informative, but they didn't come from us. Today, I felt like we sat through the most productive conversation that I've been party to as part of this committee. And we heard a lot of things, right? We heard about the pool. That's important. But we also heard about other things that are maybe equally as important. And I think from that discussion, we could probably distill some principles to formulate a scoring rubric. Nothing overly complicated. The evaluation criteria spreadsheet, impressive, but it's too much to work through. There's just so many categories. And we could have little knife fights about whether it's a 0 or a 2 until midnight. So I would perhaps advise or at least propose that we take some of the principles that we heard today and use those to down select. So I heard that we should include at least one concept that avoids modulars, and I think that's important. I think we should have some consideration about first responders, because this building will serve over 1,000 people at any time. And first response community needs to be able to get to where they need to get to in the shortest amount of time possible. I think we heard that embodied carbon, and it is a way not only to be good to the environment, but also to avoid some cost, because making concrete in 1970 was far less expensive than it is today. So we heard that was important. I think we heard a few other things that our team, our committee, feel very important. And so I would ask that maybe we have a short discussion to maybe narrow down the principles that we want to use to down select. We could use the ones I mentioned and add to them, or we could come up with a different set. But I would like to have that discussion and try to target like 5 principles that we all kind of agree are important, and utilize those to get us down to 5.
Is that a motion?
Well, actually, I'm fishing for anybody else who thinks along the same way and wants to say something supportive.
Brian?
Mine is actually just in response to more specifically about the options.
I mean, I think one of the things that is important to me about this committee is that there's 25 people who are dedicating their time, and they all see value in different things. So trying to get to a place where we're like, what I hear when I hear about like rubric, blah, 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 like, what I hear is we're trying to make this not a decision, right? We're trying to say like, well, we decided on these things and now therefore we must pick these choices. And I think that discounts that like everybody here brings some sort of different focus to the table. And that's frankly why we push to have such a big committee. It is not easy to manage a committee of 25, and everyone who I tell that we have a committee of 25 is like, ish, that's a lot of people. But I think the beauty of having 25 people at the table is that we do all get to think about this same problem in a different way. So I'm not overly inclined to try to force us to agreement about what we find important, because I think we all have different things that are important to us. And it's part of why we we assembled this group the way that we did, so that there were people representing lots of different sort of points of view. And that we can sort of speak to all of that. I will say I totally agree that we heard lots of interesting things tonight. We did hear a lot from our pool party people, and I so appreciate that they showed up. I believe they were given some misinformation about that we were gonna get rid of the pool tonight. And we'll figure out like sort of where that came from and try to correct it. But we also have heard lots of things from lots of people along this entire process, and I don't want to discount their input just because they didn't have the luxury to be with us tonight. So I think that's where we're all talking to different people, we're all listening, we're all hearing from different folks, and it's up to us to like come to some kind of consensus. And for me, I don't think forcing us to a set of like overall statements is going to compel me to vote a certain way. So I don't need that, but again, if it's a motion, I will happily call the roll. I think that is like another step that actually doesn't move us forward to the task at hand. So I just want to sort of offer up that thought.
So I'd like to make a motion, if that's all right then.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to declare at least 5 principles, and I'll name 3, and the motion's open to amendment. People can add to it, and then we can vote on it, and that'll be that. What I want to avoid is the perception of arbitrariness to our decision making. I also value everyone's opinion, and I believe everyone comes from a different perspective. And the reason that we sat here for 2.5 hours, actually 3 hours, was to hear all that. And the value of bringing everyone together is it presents an opportunity to synthesize the prevailing ideas. So if something is repeated by multiple people, that makes it prevail over other things. And so I think the value of sitting here for 3 hours and talking about all this is that we have an opportunity to synthesize some key things that are important. And those represent a foundation for making decisions, and would not be an arbitrary sort of reaction from each committee member as to their favorite 4, but something that's based on discussion and logic and oriented toward a goal. So that would be the motion, and the 3 that I would recommend is avoiding modular classrooms, positioning it as close to the street as feasible for first responders, and preserving as much of the original structure as is compatible with the educational plan.
Is there a second?
And usually, okay, for public, just make a comment on that subject.
As soon as we have a second. As soon as we have a second.
Yeah,
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, come on up, Rick.
The topic, outside from what the criteria of discussion is making. I like it because it takes it gives some rationale. When you start talking to people, we will do a repeat consistently why the decisions were made. One, I would also, have the group to consider, not to say any of the scenarios of the, once you select those with a higher incident of non-funded SBAB content. Not to say absolutely none, but on that spectrum, this one having a lot of non-funded SBAB content scope versus this one here, I would suggest a criteria to move lower, because that's ultimately going to have an implication of cost, which I know you're not into the cost discussion much right now, excuse me, but it's going to play out heavily, because ultimately, for all the design work, all the good hard work, ultimately, we're going to have to sell this to the community. And when they see the numbers, they want to know that the financial accountability to the citizens was the fact.
So I appreciate that. I do think modular is the like very obvious place where like non-reimbursable cost is very clear to us today. Like they will not reimburse for modulars. So that those two things are actually pretty aligned. Beyond that, like the amount of space in each of these options is the same. So if the reimbursability is like held constant, right? So
We don't know that
of
yet.
all of these options, and we don't know it, but what we do know is the modular piece, the more modulars, the more non-reimbursable costs. That's to me, the place where it's crystal clear.
Ridiculous, but for example, expanding and having an additional auditorium theater.
It is carried in all of these options. So it is
that reimbursable?
750 seats is, the additional 250 seats is not, but it is all of these have the same set of.
It's just
Yeah.
an observation to kind of have your radar
Yep.
up on if you have any big bogeys in there that are scope, which you're not gonna be a nickel for. Although it might be nice to have, you might want to say, this is how we can tamp down cost.
Thank you. Thank you. Paul?
Thank you. I just, having been a member of a public body for 9 years, I've never once made a decision that was either arbitrary or lacked rationale. So I just, want to be offended for anybody else who might be. I've never been arbitrary in any decision ever. And I could explain every single bit, every rationale or reason for thinking of each of these 29 options without batting an eyelash. So I believe that all the members of this committee would say the same thing.
Dr. Lewis, could make sure. And I think I'm gonna take what Paul said, what Jenny said, what Brian said. I'm not looking at courtyards, but that was not something when I sat to do this work. And the things that drove me, I'm not necessarily looking at courtyards. So I do think everyone came to tonight or in completing the straw poll with what is important to them and, you know, what in their gut they want to see as driving factors to making the decisions. And of course, I'm with you for your first rationale, but I'm not necessarily with you for the third one. So I think that's what's, I do think Jenny said it before, but I just think even though I don't disagree with you that the rubric I found like tedious and difficult to necessarily navigate. And I think that's why the way I approached it was the things that were important to me. And so those are the lines that I was looking at. That's where I kind of dug into the rubric. I don't know if we would ever get to like a place where we're all going to agree on just 3 or 5 things.
5 to the share, 5 most important things. No,
I don't think so.
But maintaining the original building is not.
No, but you pick one exemplar for each principle. So one of them is, start with the first one. Of all of these concepts, only a couple actually need it. And you pick one of the 2 that are your exemplar for that principle. So that is carried forward to the MSBA, communicates to the MSBA and to our design and management team that it's important to us. Pick a different exemplar for the next one and so on. How do you get it? Kind of my thought process.
If I could.
Nicole?
I appreciate you bringing that forward. I think it's all things to help consider and think about, but I think to kind of Dr. Lucy's point, other points that have been said, if we all could agree on 5 different things and they all held the same value to us, we wouldn't be going on to hour number 4 here. We could have all just kind of pushed a button, put our votes in. We could have gone like 3 hours ago. So I think there is a certain amount of just understanding what matters to us as individuals, because that's reflective of the community. Different ways things are a value to the community, and everything that's been said here tonight. And every meeting thus far, I have taken and considered, and I don't think we need to go down the line of saying, here are the 5 things and here's how we all rank them, which is just say why I will be voting against this, not to like, beat a dead horse at this point.
Would you like me to call this roll?
Sure, unless there are any amendments.
So there are 3 criteria: first responders, modulars, and
Embodied carbon.
embodied carbon. Okay. Jenny Graham, no. Mayor Longo Kern,
It's just to pick 5, or those 3 are.
those
Those
3 on the floor.
principles to help pick the 5.
Yes.
Dr. Galusi,
No.
Marty Cabral,
No.
Joan Bowen,
No.
Ken Lord,
No.
Libby Brown.
No.
Marissa Desmond is absent. Maria Dorsey. No. Brian Hilliard.
No.
Emily Lazaro.
No.
Paul Malone.
No.
Nicole Morel.
No.
Aaron Olapate.
No.
Luke Preisner.
Yes.
2 in the affirmative. 12 in the negative, 1 absent. The motion does not pass. I believe we were discussing a motion about a removal of one of the B options. Aaron, can you remind us what your motion?
Yeah, my motion was to remove B 4.2 from consideration and again, to reiterate that I think some of the committee's consideration to maintain at least 1 B for the overall consideration. I personally don't like the B options in general, but I do understand like the want to consider them at some point. So we'll remove 4.2.
Remove 4.2 is Aaron's motion. Brian?
If I can just speak to that quickly, I think it's important to keep at least the 2 Bs, whether we like them or not. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily going to move forward, but I see a lot of potential in both of them. Libby brought up one about the C wing and the art wings, right? The theater that we don't touch in one of them. And it also includes, one of the Bs includes driving a hole through the middle of the roof here of the B wing. This one, before, sort of takes a different approach, takes out all that stuff that maybe isn't working so well for us, maintains some of the CPE that is working relatively well. Both keep the pool, they both keep the gym, and I think moving both of those forward, because they actually attack it at a different, from different criteria. If we want to just drill down into, or at least eliminate some of the other ones, moving to the Cs, a lot of them actually have, I'd say, a lot of the same embodied potential in all of them, or a couple of them that we could group together and maybe eliminate some of them. But I think these 2 Bs actually bring 2 different things to the table. So I wouldn't suggest that we get rid of both of them. So.
Is there a second to Aaron's motion?
Second.
By Nicole to remove 4.2. Other conversation about removing 4.2.
I just have a question.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Through the chair. Just, I guess, for the OPM team and the designer team, as it relates to the Bs versus the Cs, when we do have to make the tough decisions come next meeting on the 27th, is there one that is keeping multiple Bs on the table, potentially going to drive down costs once we start eliminating some space?
So I can just add one point, that the renovated space will get a higher reimbursement rate than the new construction space. So
That's
at some level, the more square footage you keep, the higher of the higher reimbursement rate you're gonna get on that square footage. I think that might be a question.
Thank you.
And is that related to embodied carbon? And just as a
I think that it's sort of the genesis behind them giving additional reimbursement for renovation square footage is that they are trying to incentivize communities to reuse a resource when it's available. So from that perspective, yes. Thank you.
Brian?
So I would just then layer on top of that, that using two B options, which actually would end up with very different outcomes because of how much we reuse and how much we take down, I think is pretty nice to balance it against the Cs, which have very little of, it's just the pool, it's just the gym, with a lot more new construction. And again, I think a lot of the Cs have the similar potential, we could cherry pick a few of those off because they're so similar, whereas running two Bs that have different approaches to the renovation component, I think is not a bad idea.
Lisa?
The question, for the team. Are the rules different for the renovation of existing space versus new build? For instance, my understanding is something like cafeteria space. Like, I'm not saying we would want to keep all the current cafeteria space, but if we were renovating it, would we be allowed to have more cafeteria space, or do all the same MSBA rules apply to renovated space?
The rules all apply. Yeah.
Paul?
Thank you for that point about the higher rate of reimbursement for renovated space, but 60% of a $200 space is not a better deal than 50% of a $100 space. Right? One's gonna cost you $50, another one's gonna cost you 80.
What's the 100 and 200 start?
No, but we assume that a renovated space, when that point was just made, and it's very important. But to assume that a renovated space has a total cost that is the same as a new space is, I think, delusional. We don't know that, and anybody who's ever renovated their house thinks I could have built half my house with this kitchen. So a higher rate, I'm assuming they don't go from like 53% to 90%.
No.
They go 8% up.
Is it a maximum of a quarter or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not.
yeah, it's all based on how much square footage you keep, so it will vary from option to option, like depending on
But it's
that
not
square footage,
A
but
massive increase.
not a
in
massive increase.
reimbursement.
no, it's not
So
going to
it
be
could
like
cost
10,
far more to
20%.
use the existing square footage than to build a new one for a couple of extra points of reimbursement. So it isn't that we are necessarily going to pay less because we are renovating. That isn't how it works.
4% is
Quite
quite,
4%.
quite a bit.
But if it costs
for
40%
built-
more, if it costs 40% more to renovate a square foot space, then you're losing a lot of money. I'm still have a point on such. So I think that's an important point. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I want to know it.
You're not wrong in terms of if we're thinking about the magnitude of sort of what that additional reimbursement rate is going to be. It really shouldn't be driving sort of all the decision making. It can factor into decision making certainly, but it's not going to be a completely diametrically different equation when we get done. It just means that there's going to be slightly more reimbursement rate for that square footage, but it's not a big number at the end of the day.
It's a bigger reimbursement rate, but that isn't answering the question. If to reimburse this square, to renovate the square, it's $1,000. To build it new is $5,000. Who cares what the reimbursement rates are? They're not terribly different.
Right.
We're having
So the reason I'm just having trouble understanding that comparison is it's not that cut and dry in terms of the $500 to $1,000 in terms of the difference in between. And I think just going back to Luke's point, ways back, a couple hours back, in that the renovated cost per square foot is lower than the new construction cost per square foot, depending on what we're saving, right? And it's primarily gonna be structure in this case. For any piece of the building that we're looking at, it's really the most salvageable piece. And there is some cost savings to it. There's gonna be other costs that are driven though, in terms of the renovation, in terms of phasing, in terms of the modular classrooms that come in. So it's just not a very easy sort of like one-to-one decision in terms of trying to say, yes, it's more or less expensive. I
The
guess.
renovations does not mean we take this room and make it a lovely library with air conditioning in the walls all the other stuff. It means we get rid of the whole thing except for some pylons.
And we might have something completely different in here as a usage. It's invasive renovation.
And as I interpret the space summary, it doesn't matter whether it's reno or new. Our ed plan drives a certain number of classrooms, which drives a certain space. And whether it's reno or new, it's the same space. Is that a fair interpretation of the same space? It's still pretty high.
Same square footage, yes.
So it's not like you're shrinking by going new.
Right.
Bill?
Yeah, I hope I don't complicate this, but
Try hard.
hold on here, Scott. Is the reimbursement value just calculated on the amount of space that you're saving versus like, is it, or is a different percentage applied to new build versus refurb build, right? There's not two different values that are used. Like if you build a new wing, is that 50% reimbursed? And then if you reconstruct in another wing, that's 60% reimbursed, or it's just, it's a way to generate that initial reimbursement rate, and then it's applied throughout your project where it's applicable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's done via incentive points, right?
Right,
And
but-
so it applies across all costs.
So it's just the first calculation and then the whole project uses that number, okay?
Correct.
So it could make a big difference because then your whole project, if you would increase your reimbursement rate by 2% and your project's $800 million, right, you're saving a lot. In theory. But you don't, right? Sorry.
Jessica Parks, please state your name and address for the record.
Jessica Parks, 38 Court Street. I just wanted to say it's up to 5 incentive points for reuse, but it's a huge span of what it constitutes for reuse. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor to eliminate 4.2.
Sorry, I said I wouldn't do this, but you're going late enough and it's like a city council meeting. So, I
Name
just
and
want,
address for the record.
Zach Mayer, City Council President, 130 Auburn Street, number 2.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, the look on your face, I think is important to recognize. You seem to be indicating with it that it's not a significant, that this is not gonna be, the reimbursement rate between having a significant amount of renovated space versus less is not going to be a major cost driver on this.
It's very challenging to say that for sure right now because of the variables that I was trying to sort of list out to Paul, that there's tertiary impacts that are gonna come on the amount of phasing when we start thinking about the amount of renovation that's gonna happen, the amount of modular classroom that is gonna drive, the time considerations that are there. So you can say for a fact that it's gonna have a beneficial impact in terms of incrementally increasing your reimbursement rate for that amount of square footage that you're renovating. Right. Bottom line numbers, I can't sit here right now and tell you for a fact that, yes, it's more expensive, or yes, it's cheaper, right?
Right, and it seems to be like, you may, let's say it's significant reuse gets you significant incentive points, your reimbursement rate's 5% higher because of it. If that's all washed by soft costs and a bunch of modulars, then yeah, okay. I just wanted to be clear about what you were trying to say.
Okay, thank you for letting me explain that.
Thank you.
Could I
Okay,
make
I'm
one-
gonna,
Sorry, one more point about reimbursement and timing and when we will learn more about each of these options. In May, when we get cost estimates back for this narrowed set, we will have a lot more information to share with this group, and we'll have a lot more information about, we'll take, left field will take a stab at what the reimbursement rate is for like a range, so that we're not narrowing too closely in, but for each option that's still on the table at that point before we narrow down. So there will be a lot more information on the next stage. So this is just getting us.
okay, I'm gonna call the roll on the motion to remove 4.2 by Aaron and seconded by Nicole. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo Kern.
Remove 4.2, no.
Dr. Galusi.
Yes.
Marta Cabral.
Yeah.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Nope.
Marissa Desmond. Absent, sorry. Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hilliard.
No.
Emily Lazaro.
No.
Paul Malone.
No.
Nicole Morel.
Yes.
Aaron Olapate.
Yes.
Luke Preisner.
Nope.
8 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, 1 absent, motion passes. B 4.2 is removed. Okay, we are now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 options. Probably have a little bit more work to do. I would like to make a motion, or would like somebody to make a motion on my behalf to remove C 2.1. Because to the point, C 2.1 and 2.2 are very similar. I
would get rid of C 2.1 and, I don't know, take your pick of 2.2 or 3.2. I think 2.1, 2.2, 3.2, 3.3, and I think they're all, so they might look really different. We're all setting a very similar thing. So, I mean, if you want to just pick one, I'm happy to just support that, but just be over.
Yes. Let's start there. When we're at this point, like, I think we should be picking them off one at a time so that people can really decide how they feel about each one. Sure. Thank you, Libby. Motion by Libby to eliminate C 2.1. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second by Brian. Any questions or comments about that choice? Okay. I'm gonna call the roll. Is everyone ready? Yeah. Okay. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo Kern.
Yes.
Dr. Galuzzi.
Yes.
Marta Cabral.
Yes.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Marissa Desmond is absent. Maria Dorsey. Yes. Brian Hilliard.
Yes.
Emily Lazaro.
Yes.
Paul Malone.
Yes.
Nicole Morel.
Yes.
Luke Preisman.
Who is Darren?
Aaron, sorry,
I'll
you're
just
full
go.
of body.
Yeah.
Saying you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just because everyone knows who the vote
Okay.
for them.
14 in the, 0 in the negative, 1 absent. Guys, we all agreed on that. That's good work, good work. 2.1 is eliminated. We're at 8 total, still on the table. Nicole?
I heard what Libby was saying about getting rid of something of this slew. I would want to keep C 2.2 of that group, just because it is the only one that explores that other field space. Yeah.
Can you go to C 3.2 again? Okay. And 3.3 and 3.4?
3.3 is already in, totally in.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, that was just something else. Silent.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right, that was.
I think go back to 3.3 and 3.2 should be whittled down for one of
The
those.
3.3, there's no connection between the gym and the rest of the building?
That's correct.
Is there, I
So you can
think I'm
make-
hearing a
You could
quiet
have to
motion.
find one
Brian?
potentially.
So I'm happy to get rid of 3.3. I think I think a lot of it can be accomplished through some of the other, particularly 3.2, which I like. So I make motion to remove that to get rid of 3.3.
Motion to remove 3.3, seconded by Mayor Longo Kern. Is that right? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Multiple voices. You're first.
Questions, comments? Paul?
That was one of the two that does not have modulars,
Mhm.
which I thought we voted in as a totally, not a conversation anymore, finalist really.
We just voted it forward to this pool.
Well, we said we had to have at least 4 with that much.
Yeah, we-
Yeah, there's like
I
some
might be-
options.
No,
Then
We
the-
vote this out there. We have to.
Okay, that's 2.1.
One of the, we have to.
Oh, I
2.1.
The other one, 2.1.
Yeah.
2 point. Brian?
So if I help to have principals, can I ask the Sims and left field crew if we think that if we were to pull off 2.3 because it doesn't have modulars, if we can get there with a 3.2, is there a way? Because I don't now recall exactly how you were phasing it, but I feel like a 3.2 and a 3.3 are going to be within striking distance of modulars and no modulars.
So it's gonna push towards this notion of the fact that, well, maybe we can modify one of them to get to someplace we wanna go. So we can certainly look at it and try. We can't sit here and guarantee that, yes, we're gonna find a way to do 3.2 with no modulars. I think that would not be sort of fair to the process that we've been going to in terms of evaluations, but if we want to do it, the group wants to do it based on aspiration, I think that's understandable. We just we can certainly work towards that. I think
Minimize modular.
which we're gonna do regardless, but I think that's
One of the things I heard, Dr. Bruce, you mentioned that, if we have two without modular, one is new build, new construction, which is important, I think, to keep obviously on the table, maybe with no modulars, but if we do we need to lean to something in the C realm that has no modulars? And
There's only 2 total that have no modulars,
And-
D 2.1 and this
And-
one. Or sorry, 3.3, C
Correct.
3.3.
And I'm wondering if there's a way to get there with a building that still connects to the old original construction and actually bring the face forward for the public instead of hiding it behind 1970 construction. I just have a problem with not having a public face as you approach this new building. So,
Yeah.
I don't,
And I don't love how they're separated.
correct, and that's fine. So
Alternatively, could we say
Gotta
keep
be
3.3, but just. I think from 3.2, like, you know, the last phase as it wraps around the front, I mean.
as long as you don't say courtyard.
Happy to.
Yeah, 3.3 is heavy on the courtyard.
I'm putting the public face ahead of modulars right now, but I don't wanna eliminate one with modulars that's, you know.
Which I
right on the-
I know the modulars is important and it's an expense, I get it, but like, if we design this $800 million building, that's gonna be here for, I hope, 100 years. Around 5 years of time when there's modulars and a few kids, and I know it's not a few kids, a lot of kids, and again, it's my kid. Like, that's so short-sighted.
I just,
To be
I
like,
don't
we
wanna
put the
put it
building on the back in front of this old crappy looking gym because a bunch of kids are being inconvenienced for a couple of years, like. Paul, at one
How
point,
many
he
does
said
this
somebody
one
like,
take?
run somewhere else for a few years. Like, I get it, I'm not trying to be insensitive, but like, this is a lot of money in a really important building. So like, perspective, I think, is important, long-term perspective.
So is the motion still to eliminate 3.3?
Can I speak?
Paul?
Whether we get rid of 3.3 or not, 3.2 is 6 stories, so I hope nobody's excited about that. That's a huge, tall building.
Okay.
I can retract my 3.3 removal. If it comes down to modulars, I get it, but I think 3.2 is very important. So I can amend that to getting rid of 3.4.
What's 3.4?
It's the second most popular, the highly rated one of all times.
Yeah.
I like that one.
ideal gym.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
The area looks good, it's disappointing, I don't have anything other.
It looks super kind of high in the building.
Does anybody else have, so we're gonna,
I mean, have you said that, sorry, Liz, did you say you felt 3.2 and 2.2 are similar enough?
I mean. In that big, yeah, you're right, 3.2, sorry, hold on. You said 3.2, 2.2 does explore that side, that field,
Yeah.
that unique. But I feel like they're both building sort of north and west,
Yeah.
so I felt like
So
they
like, are people in love with 3.2?
3.3, I like 3.3, love it because it's shorter, other than the fact that it doesn't attach, but that's probably fixable.
Can we motion for a different one while people consider the other options?
can.
Since there's a lot of Cs. For the D options, I know there's some kind of consideration about the closeness of D11 to the street. It's 6 stories, which I think is just too much, especially it's all centrally located, so it's not even going up a grade, it's all just 6 stories straight up. So I think there's a question about just maneuverability for students. Safety, I think, is an interesting question for sure. It is more front facing, so people can actually see, which I know for some people is a priority or something to be more considerate of. But I think it's the most expensive build. It'll take the longest amount of time, which I think is just. Sorry, not the longest time, but it's the most expensive option. I apologize. So I think that I would, and also the modular buildings, so there's a piece of it too. So I motion to remove D11.
There a second to remove D11? One second. Aaron. So, if I could just say, like, I like being able to bring 2 new build options forward. Personally, because I think they like explore very different, to the point of like exploring different sites on the property. I think those 2 options do allow us to explore them. So I like, for me, I like keeping 2 of them. I feel like the Bs and the Cs are sort of like gonna all like mash together over time, and we'll come out with something that doesn't quite look like any of this, is my prediction. But I'm not like super excited about removing D.1, but D1.1. But I'm happy to call the roll if there aren't other questions about D1.1. You have a question about D1.1?
I would just like to argue that, and I think Luke alluded to this earlier, that it's kind of important to have something down low for the approach from public, all these things, and just keep that on the table just to explore it. So I would also argue that we should bring 2 Ds forward, one that's down low and one that's up high. So
Libby?
I just want to speak to the cost part, because it's contrary to what you might think based on how much I wanted to keep fee in there. I think D1.1 has a lot of wonderful potential, and I know the cost was like, it's the most expensive. But I think to Sunny's point earlier, and to all of our discussions about like the size of the building and the discussions that will come about the safe space summary, that is one of the major ways that costs might come down. So like that cost number doesn't freak me out in comparison to others for what it's worth. I think it just has a lot of value, something we continue to study.
Dr. Galusi?
I do have a couple questions about this one though, because this one's not on Petrolli Field. So I understood why some of the concepts had multiple floors, because you had to deal with the scope increase. This is 6 floors without having to deal with the scope increase. And I would be curious, but where do we park? Like, so the existing building is behind, maybe there's some sort of phased approach here. But where do all the people park if we're building on the parking lots and all that's left are fields
During construction, we're talking
during
about.
construction?
Yeah, so I mean, there's 2 options. One is we lose a field and we park on the field. Or
But like,
we
we don't have access up there.
so just conceptually, we have 2. So we either find a field space and we park there because it's available. Or we have to park offsite and we have to do shuttling some remote access to the site. So it's a big challenge.
Okay, my last question, because I'm just gonna leave that one. My last question is, does A have to be considered in the 5 options?
Yes.
Okay. So we can't leave this meeting at 6?
Didn't you say it was like around 3 to 5?
So what I meant,
Yeah.
A have to move it over as part of the group. I think if we can get as a group down to 5 plus A.
I mean, I'm hearing that we have like 1A and 1B, but
I think
trying
that's
to
okay.
get to either 1C or 1D is the challenge right now.
Right.
I think if we said 6, they would probably be okay with that. Is that what I'm
Yes.
hearing?
Don't A and B, 2 C.
Well, they essentially, the MSBA said we should narrow down, or we're gonna make you study all 29 options in PSR. So if we have to study 6 instead of 5, I don't think that they're going to make a,
Okay.
yeah.
Especially when we have rationale, we're taking
Right,
2
yeah.
C,
Yeah.
2 Ds.
And the fact that we have a budget. I mean,
This body's
all this
decision.
takes time.
Okay, we're still talking about removing D1.1.
I had a comment about removing D1.1. I
feel against removing it is the only option that does still build on the existing parking lot. It is the most expensive, which I think is bad, but it also feels like it has a decked over parking structure and a large number of modulars, which are driving that cost up. And I also feel like there is potentially room, I would like to ask, is there potentially room to explore a D 1.1 with the less costly decked over parking space if we want to sacrifice some field space, and potentially with phasing that could reduce the modulars, which then I feel like would maybe bring it cost wise closer into the neighborhood. And then also it would allow us to say, oh my gosh, how are you doing? Didn't you think to build on a parking lot? Like we can say, yes, we did. It was D 1.1. So could you speak to those questions?
Yeah, so I think I could say with a straight face more that we can definitely investigate that trade-off balance between field space and parking space. Because that's something that we can and should investigate for every one of the options that we move forward in the process, because it's really about priorities and about sort of the cost of each one of those options that we would choose. In terms of avoiding modulars, we could probably do it. What it'll do is just drive the height of the building beyond the 6 stories to 7, 8, whatever that number is, which I think will become sort of quickly untenable in terms of thinking about it. Because that's really the only way that we can reduce the footprint, is to try to get tighter onto the parking lot. And probably when people leave, whenever we get out of here, we just like walk out there and like stare at the parking lot and try to envision like this building, all this program, plus a couple 10,000 square feet, like 40,000 square feet. Or I think we even have maybe 80 more out there. I mean, you can just, it's gonna start to really feel like a very tall building. Yeah. Does that make sense though, in terms of like the responses to the 2 parts of the question?
So like parking is an easier sacrifice cost wise. Modulars less so, unless we're willing to build really tall.
With
But we
this
can still
particular
look at it,
option,
right?
D point, yeah.
We can still challenge the team and you can come back and say, can't do it, but we can still ask.
We can show you a tall, like, if there's nothing against that, we can definitely do it for you and show you what that means, and we can talk about it.
Lisa?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I'm concerned about 6 stories. Taller would be worse, just thinking about student experience on a daily basis, navigating it class to class. So it just seems like it's a lot of stairs. I'm concerned about that.
But I think like Paul said, it's not the whole building is all high school, right? There's a lot of other things, so you can definitely reduce that for the high school portion of it and put
But
all
I
these
think for
multiple.
D1.1, like, you'd have to have some, like, I don't think that both of those top floors could be all like other, like administrative.
Yeah,
buildings.
I think that's something that we would have to explore in any of these scenarios going forward. Luke?
And so, what I'll say applies to this, but also others. The community has to vote, and there may be a lot of pushback, when the numbers are refined. People, they see these, but they know they're gonna be adjusted, but they're still gonna be big. And there might be pushback that drives that budget down, which will mean that the space summary will have to change. And the reality could be the building won't be 6 stories because we can't afford it. So that's a possibility too. And I'll point out with the parking structure, I mean, it could be a field or it could be a big PV farm. But that's something we can all talk about later, as we start thinking about operating costs and like budget. Because budget will matter, and that is probably the biggest feedback loop on this whole process. I mean, we all have our opinions, we have our discussions, and synthesize ideas and what have you, but the strongest feedback loop is community. And I think through the citywide mailer, we'll get more awareness and more people talking about it. And I think that will have an influence on how tall and how long some of these concepts are.
I'm gonna call the roll on removing D 1.1. Motion by Aaron, seconded by Maria. Jenny Graham, no. Mayor Longo Kern,
Yes.
Dr. Galusi,
Yes.
Marta Cabral,
No.
Joan Bowen,
Yes.
Ken Lord,
No.
Libby Brown,
No.
Marissa Desmond is absent, Maria Dorsey,
Yes.
Brian Hilliard.
No.
Oh, Maria, you said yes.
Yes.
Sorry. And Brian, you said no. Okay. Emily Lazaro, I saw that she had to jump off. Paul Malone,
No.
Nicole Morel,
No.
Aaron Olapati,
No.
Right there.
It's getting late for me, so, it's to remove.
Remove D 1.1.
It's to remove, and what's the current vote count right now?
The nose have it. Yeah.
The noes have it?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, no.
1, 2, 3, 4 in the affirmative. 9 in the negative, 2 absent, motion fails.
So we have to kill 2.
Yeah.
Who are standing.
But that is a
It's
definite,
been
yeah.
going on.
What are the
Yeah,
two
I'm
worst
just
ones?
making sure we're all like
So-
understanding what we have to do right now.
Let's turn it into an amendment.
You gotta, so I feel like solved for B. B is done and dusted. We've got C left to consider. There is still a motion on the table from Brian and the mayor to eliminate 3.3, although I think there was some
Confusion.
could talk, so, if you want to like rescind your motion, we can just like pretend it never happened. If you would like us to call it, we can do that too. But yeah, we are down, we have to make a couple decisions on C. Yes, Brian.
I'll stick with removing 3.3 as the motion, only because I just feel like everything shouldn't be at the back of the property. 100%.
Got it. So the motion and mayor, you're still worthy of a second.
And that's our only option left with no modulars. Oh, D.1 is.
Yep. D.
2.1.
But there's a potential of being able to modify 3.2, so it looks more like 3.3.
Correct.
Here are some modulars. Move things around, but. Because they're very similar to them.
I like the idea of having some new structure, in a visible, or at least as part of your first view of, the facility. 3.2 is a little better in that respect.
So Mayor, are you still seconding removing 3.3? You don't vote any way you want.
Right, I saw that.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna withdraw, but we were in the middle of this. Alright. Put me in the yeses then.
Can we just go through the C's one more time from C2 down? C2, right?
2.2.
False.
I heard somebody say when we were talking about C 3.3 that we're gonna build this lovely school and we're gonna have this ugly gym in front of us. We're not gonna have an ugly gym in front. Like, that's gonna get renovated. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna match the structure and like.
Overclad,
Reclad,
because we have over the cladding on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. Gonna be like this current building, concrete, ugly thing sitting in front. And this is just, this isn't a design, as we have all talked about it as a design, every one of us for months now, even though we all started out with these aren't designs.
Are you talking about 3.3?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Look back, yeah.
I just think that with respect to the many people who are keenly concerned about how much this is gonna cost, this is the cheapest option. So I mean, I'm not personally, like, that's not how I would make my decision, but it is the cheapest option we're looking at and still on the table. So, I mean, I just feel like, how could we not do that? But we don't hate it for anything other than perhaps that it's not connected to the gym. We definitely love no classrooms for modular classrooms. So it's only 4 stories versus 6 for the other C. So it just, to me, it has a lot going for it. I obviously don't, I definitely do not like the idea that it's not connected to the gym. But that said, I mean, this is, again, this isn't the design. I mean, there's nothing that says we can't figure out how to connect it to the gym.
I rescind my second, sorry, Brian.
Can I ask a question, Nicole? Is it easier to turn 3.3 to look more like 3.2 or like the other way around?
Good question.
How can we help you guys?
I guess the other thing I'm thinking about is like, you know, there's still 18 people left. Everyone's dropping like flies because this is a long process. And when we're done here, I think everything we're talking about says that 3.2. No, sorry, 3.4. 3.2 versus 3.3. Like 3.2 sounds more like what we want.
6-story.
Except that it's connected to the gym, it's all the things. 3.3, somebody like that looks at this like tomorrow would be like, why'd they pick that? Like, how are the kids gonna get to the gym? Right? So to me, the one that like brings some of the parts of the building forward feels like like if we're gonna have a jumping off point, it's, I think, a clearer jumping off point than a building that our butters will hate, completely disconnected from the gym. Like, how do you get to gym class? You know, like, and I get that we can make either of those options look like the other one, but for right now, the jumping off point, we're gonna have to climb that hill of like, why did you pick something that is disconnected from the gym? And so that's one of the things that I worry about in terms of like being able to explain this to the people who aren't here tonight and who aren't architects and aren't like really involved in all of this. Brian.
Another question for Renee. A lot of people are tossing around that C 2.2 is 6 stories. And I want to say that it's not. I'm just assuming, but that it is very tiered all the way up. And
You can sort of see it there.
never,
Not like
it's not like 6 stories.
If I
And I think it's throwing a lot of people off.
Right.
That, may actually be the lower option because it is spread out and it does tier down at waterfall from the site. So
Yeah,
I want to make that point that 6 stories should not, may not want to enter into your decision process.
And wintertime drop off makes a lot more sense at this one.
Just an arrival is welcoming.
So does Brian's motion to eliminate 3.3 have a second?
Second.
John? Yes. Paul?
Again, going back to the rubric that this entire committee spent a lot of time on coming up with and agreeing to nearly unanimously, not unanimously, but close. 3.3 scores dramatically better than 3.0.
What are the major differences?
And it is in fact 3.3 is the highest rated from everything in this entire 29 meetings. See 3.3 score 226 versus 107 for 3.2.
That's not, none of these are design opportunities, like if it's about orientation or it's about like how it engages with the fells, I can't do those. Everything's sure, but like, this is real again.
But
Like,
the rubric is real, the rubric says
but
it'll allow us
judging like not real things.
much brilliant.
It's going to change, I think,
this
is
call.
like the rubric is gonna, like, everything is going to change. Everything about every single option is going to look different in June than it looks today, is my understanding.
3.2 got a 0 for ease of maintenance. 3.3 got a 5. Maximum use of photovoltaics, a 0 for 3.2, a 5 for 3.3. If I didn't design these, we just agreed that this was gonna be the rubric, and I'm reading you the numbers that we all saw. C 3.3, the school disruption is the least. C 3.2 is a 2. So, I mean, I'm just going back to the data. I'm not.
I think you'd be able to interpret the data. I hear you, but. You know, we're not gonna build that exact thing.
Well, there's also 3.4, which scored very close to 3.3.
Yes.
Similar-ish, so it's just like. We're looking at a pool of 4 that we have to remove 2 of. So I think we're pitting 2 head to head a little bit, not arbitrarily, but just like understanding there's 2 others in that pool as well.
So we have the motion to delete
To eliminate 3.3.
3.3, and there was a second.
I think there are a couple.
There was a second.
Yep, there was a second by Joan.
Move the question.
Okay, here we go. To eliminate 3.3.
Sorry, Matt, is there a way to actually add a line that says that it should be more of a blend of Paul's point, that there's a way to explore?
That's for the feedback form. Okay,
Good. That's not what we're sending in.
correct. We have to send one of these emails. Okay, I'm gonna call the roll. Eliminating 3.3. Can you put 3.3 back up? I'm sorry, which one is-
Sorry. I can find it, there it is.
Eliminating 3.3. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo Kern,
No.
Dr. Galusi,
No.
Marta Cabral.
Yeah.
Joan Bowen,
Yes.
Ken Lord,
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Correct. Marissa Desmond is absent. Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hilliard.
Yes.
Emily Lazaro is absent. Paul Malone.
Yes.
Nicole Morel.
Yes.
Aaron Olapate.
Yes.
Luke Preisner.
Yes.
6%.
11 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 2 absent. Still counting correctly. This is excellent news. Motion passes. 3.3 is eliminated.
Can I make a motion?
Luke?
Can I make a motion to eliminate Starfleet, Academy?
Second. Sorry, what's that? I missed it in that. 374.
Motion to eliminate Starfleet Academy.
Starfleet Academy. Oh, okay. Motion to eliminate 3.4 by Luke. Seconded by Brian. Is that what I heard?
Danny, if I could.
Yeah.
I know we're working on a very small sample size, but I think 3.3 and 3.4 were like the top 2, or some very high up there as far as like Apple, those us and the small amount of general public, so just putting it out there.
They were at the top.
Mm.
They were also the top 2.
I was just gonna say, we've already gotten rid of top choices.
But as far as like.
That
any
does not seem
remaining
to be the
top
criteria we're using.
I think,
Paul?
I know these aren't designs. I think it looks cool. And I want to say, if it goes away, I think that should be acknowledged. I also worry though that if you just had 5 minutes between dropping your kids off, doing something else, and you're excited about this, I feel like the curvilinear elements, are such a stark contrast to all the rectilinear elements. And the somewhat, I don't want to say it looks random, but the random massing between saving old courtyards, to do sort of finger things. If I had 5 minutes, I probably would have picked this one, and so I'm trying to say that that makes me appreciate more the many votes towards it, even as simultaneously I'm kind of discounting it, knowing from our perspective, that this isn't really a design, then 3.4 might not look this cool. That makes sense.
Paul?
Does anybody want to hear what our scores were? I won't read them, nobody seems to care about. We just got
I
a lot of
think
time.
it's not true. I,
No, we don't
I
care
don't
about
think
this.
that's true. I think we all care about a lot of things. So like,
Well,
some
I
people are willing.
For these things myself.
Well, but some people are willing to say, this is the thing, I care about the scores, that's what I care about the most. We're all here with different things that we care about, and I think that's fine. So you would like to share the scores, please do.
Okay, well, 3.4 was our number 2 in the scoring that we did. It gets a 5 for community use and access to the pool versus a 2 for the other one was versus 3, no, it was 2. I'm just covering the highlights of the big differences. There's a competitive track and field on site. This gets a 5. The other one gets a 0. Photovoltaic opportunity, this gets a 5, the other one gets a 0. Ease of maintenance, this one gets a 5. What?
What's the other one in this situation?
3.2.
Easy to understand without signage, this gets a 5. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I found the most,
We just have one conversation. Paul has the floor.
I found the most, the 2 most important of the ones that it maximizes our photovoltaic opportunities versus the other one getting a 0. Because we still do want to try and figure out how to make this building not just be a gigantic energy suck. And the ease of maintenance, which I didn't understand till our last meeting where we talked about that, because I didn't even know like what the hell that meant. So the 5 versus the 0 on that. Again, also, this one is 4-story, the other one is 6, although somebody else mentioned that it probably does that. It's not 6. And it's also $20 million cheaper than 3.2.
Thank you. Other questions or comments before we vote on the motion to eliminate 3.4? Maria?
3.4, one of my problems too is that horrible corner up at the edge of the pool. And that the whole building backs up into that corner. And there's so little space there. So there's going to need to be, there has to be a need to get behind there at times because it's the end of the building. So while I like the concept, based on that, I won't vote. I'll vote to eliminate that.
Is that a thing? Libby, I'm curious, that's the existing condition, right? Because that's how it is right now. So any version that keeps school, we have that same issue, right? Or just say, we think this creates, you think exacerbates it just because you're still creeping up on it.
Other questions or comments? Okay, on the motion to eliminate 3.4 by Luke, seconded by Brian. I'm gonna call the roll. This is 3.4, right? That's what we're looking at? Okay, great. Jenny Graham, no. Mayor Longo Kern, to eliminate?
No.
Dr. Galucci,
Yes.
Marta Cabral,
So tired.
No.
Joan Bowen,
No.
Ken Lord,
No.
Libby Brown,
No.
Marissa Desmond absent, Maria Dorsey,
Yes.
Brian Hilliard,
Yes.
Emily Lazar is absent, Paul Malone,
Yes.
Nicole Morel,
No.
Aaron Lapade,
No.
Luke Preisner.
Is it tied?
The no's happened. We're crafting the t-shirt answers.
Yes.
Huh? Yes, okay. 5 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, 2 absent, that still totals 15, which I'm excited about. So option 3 3.4 is not eliminated.
3.2.
Okay, is there a motion to eliminate 3.2?
Eliminate 2.2. Oh, I like.
Didn't we,
Did you already overlap?
well, we eliminated another one that was connected. We eliminated 2.1 in favor of 2.2.
Got it.
That's not to say we can't eliminate that one too, but then we would not be doing anything that explores that
Yeah.
side of the site.
There.
So now it's between 2.2 and 3.2.
Correct. Is there, can you show us 3.2?
I'm sorry, what? It's first of all,
How does 3.2, well,
3.2, I thought we kept compared to 3.2.
We did compare them, but ultimately 3.3 was what we voted on.
I feel like we voted on two similar to 2.2 and 3.2 and kept these. Now we're gonna possibly cancel one of these out.
We are at 7 total options right now.
when we just go with them.
We eliminate C 3.2.
Eliminate another C.
So can we check in on whether 7 is an allowable number or not? What will the MSBA say?
At a minimum, they'll say you have to study all 7 of these moving forward.
Just more work for.
It's not about the more work.
But it's
just,
you
we'll
still
be
only
able to
better
dive
time, right?
deeper into fewer options.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yes.
I would just maybe take one more. If you can't do it, we'll go back and ask. But take maybe one more comparative look between 0.2 and 3.2 to see if there's something that could fall off.
Brian,
I'd like to argue in favor for keeping 2.2 and 3.2 because I actually think they explore very different portions of the site. And I feel like there's potential for 3.2 to do a lot of construction while we're still in session. And it furthest away from the instruction, I think it does the best job of engaging with the fells. Whereas 2.2 actually explores, just something that I went through today, on the western side of the site and further page south. But I think they actually occupy different areas of the site and we should study them at least.
can I ask a question about the Ds? Which D build on Edgerly? 2.1. Is it considering D 2.1 and B 3.2 as
They're very similar.
somewhat similar?
The difference is keeping the gym.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of 3.1.
C
Right.
3 is more similar to
Right.
C1.
C21 has 0 on it.
C 3 was
Totally.
on that.
Yes.
Oh, because we got rid of the
So maybe get rid of-
3.3.
Yeah, you got rid of it, but it's basically the same as the situation on the base. So we got rid of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they are, to me, like, they're very similar, but, so I don't know, I'm open to a motion. I think, like, I think we probably should figure out how to make one more elimination from this, so can we go back? Maybe can you go back to the beginning and look at the items that remain on the table, just so that we're able to sort of consider the full list? I think that would be helpful.
Say. So 8.1, we all know that one. And B 1.2. C 2.2. 3.2. Starship Academy.
D 1.1.
Can I ask about, so with 2.2, your team conducted land surveys to mark the property. Did you check I'll say, the substrata in the area of that football field, is it all rock? I know on the other side, they did a ton of blasting for the, new development. Would a ton of blasting be involved in, the football practice field as well? You know? We can find that yet.
So we've only done one boring up there. The geophysical is coming in April, and that's the dragging of the plates across and that will give us that data about how much rock.
What's the elevation difference between that field and the whole section?
That's 25 feet.
Is that reasonable to climb up into the building like that? Or is it just as bad going up that building?
It's just as bad going up there, honestly. Yeah, it's the same elevation, more or less, just sort of stretching out from there. Might be a little bit lower.
It's probably a building around.
And Matt, can you also remind us, in our evaluation rubric, if we're looking at just the Cs, 2.2, 3.2, and 3.4, what were the relative scores of those three options?
Oh, you have that,
Yeah.
right? You want to read them all?
2.2 is 192. 3.2 was 197. And 3.4 was 224 in the second. I should point out of all the options we have left, only C 3.4 is any good for solar.
Did what?
The only thing left is good for solar.
So just keep in mind, so how we graded on solar availability was the lower number of stories, which generated the higher quantity of footprint area. So that's really what we're designing or evaluating the PV capacity on. So a taller building just has less roof area. So that's the reason why C 3.4, because it's a lower number of stories versus taller.
3.4 is the only 4-story building left. And we have 3 6-stories and 2 5-stories.
Question.
Will?
Why are we still keeping 1.2B?
Reuse reimbursement rate.
Yeah.
We want to keep one of those, yeah.
So question,
Brian?
can we just move forward with that one? I feel like there's enough. I mean, I'll make another motion to remove 3.4, but it didn't go well last time, so.
I'll change my vote.
My vote.
I mean, I think the only concern that I have is if we get to the MSBA tomorrow and tell them that we came up with 7 and they say, nope, back to the drawing board, like we have to have another meeting by April 2nd and it has to be posted and it is incredibly complicated to pull that off, which is why we're meeting tonight.
I think they say yes. I mean, it's just asking the team to study more things in the same amount of time. I think we're not gonna get as much information. I think we can't study that many things in the same depth. So I think regardless of what the MSBA would accept, I think it's in everyone's best interest to have fewer. I haven't been helping enough reducing, sorry.
Paul?
I know that we have, well, everything is being dead horse at this point, but, in that B 1.2, it's worth noting, it got a miserable score. It has the distinction of getting a 2 in optimally sized classroom spaces, as well as educational program flexibility. Everything else is 5. And I know we want to keep it 2, but it would be a terrible choice based on all the grading we get. A terrible choice.
We didn't do the grading though.
Okay, we know that, but
we have.
Let's not say
the
that.
committee agreed to accept the grading. So I know that we didn't go through each of the 1,000 cells here ourselves, side upgrades, but the professionals did. And I just think that's worth noting. It's also the longest of all the durations left, 54 months. Just months is not a huge difference. was telling you what's in the spreadsheet.
Brian?
I'd just like to point out that if we come in way over budget, go down, it'd be nice to have an alternate that, yeah, is somewhere on the low end of the spectrum, that is heavy on renovation and maybe a little more minimal on construction. Just, I'm not saying it's the right answer, but
I believe it'd be 1.2.
we may be back at the drawing board if everything is top end of the scale too.
I mean, it's $7 million less than C 3.4. I think we're all gonna be dreaming of the day where $7 million might be everything. By the time we get through this project. So, I mean, I talked to somebody who was a school committee member and is now a superintendent, and in his school, his district in Andover, they were afraid to ask the voters, so they chopped $20 million off the final project cost. It passed way over 50%. And that $20 million they shaved off would have made a huge difference in that school.
What time?
Andover.
I thought that failed.
No. Dave Murphy's former
It was Attleboro.
That's
Attleboro, sorry, Attleboro.
Andover failed 4 years ago.
All those Attleboro. So, I mean, $7 million to me is in no way, shape, or form a deciding factor here. I hope it isn't for anybody else. What is $7 million to the average taxpayer over 30 years? I don't know, but it's not.
I'll just make the point that it's at 7 million, it's kind of an arbitrary number.
Of course.
And the Attleboro comparison is like, apples and pineapples, right, or bananas.
Of course.
Because Attleboro costs like $300 million. We're talking about close to $1 billion for all these things. Not actually that long ago. Attleboro probably opened in 21.
So.
I mean, it's 26.
Yeah, but it's.
Most schools cost like
We saw the same
$300,
chart we all
$400.
do. They've gone up 35% in the last 3 years.
Okay, so multiply 300 by 130.
Okay. Ken,
I repeat my motion to remove C 3.2.
motion to remove C 3.2.
Seconded.
Okay. Are we ready to vote on this? Motion to remove C 3.2. Okay, I'm gonna call the roll. Jenny Graham. Yes. Mayor Longo Kern.
Yes.
Dr. Galucci. 3.2.
Gotta be different than
6 stories.
fixed.
Yes.
Marta Cabral.
No.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Lord.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Go.
Desmond is absent. Maria Dorsey. Yes. Brian Hilliard.
No.
Emily Lazaro. Absent. Paul Malone.
No.
Paul Morrell.
No.
Aaron Olapade.
No.
Never think.
Luke Preisner.
Ooh, yes.
8 in the affirmative. 5 in the negative, 2 absent. Motion is approved. 3.2 is removed.
I didn't even care.
So. yeah, we will be sending to the MSBA, option A, option B 1.2, option C 2.2, option C 3.4, option D 1.1, and option D 2.1. 6 options. We did it, guys.
Just so that.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
Is there somebody who is willing to make a motion to send forward option A, option B 1.2, option C 2.2, option C 3.4, option D 1.1, and option D 2.1.
So moved.
By Dr. Galusi, seconded by Libby. Okay, I'm gonna call the roll. Jenny Graham, yes. Mayor Longo.
Yes.
Dr. Galusi.
Yes.
Marty Cabral.
Yes.
Joan Bowen.
Yes.
Ken Hort.
Yes.
Libby Brown.
Yes.
Bertha Desmond, absent. Maria Dorsey.
Yes.
Brian Hill.
Yes.
Emily Lazaro, absent. Paul Malone.
Yes.
Paul Morrell.
Yes.
Aaron Olafate.
Yes.
Luke Krasner.
Yes.
13 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative,
adjourn.
2 absent. Motion is approved. Is there a motion to adjourn? So by Mayor Longo, seconded by Dr. I'm just gonna do this one more time.
Voice vote, no one's online.
Is everyone offline? Voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? They're off the committee.